Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia, yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami telah dinikmati pemirsa Indonesia. Dengan free-to-air di 24 wilayah yang menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan nusantaratv.com dan ntvnews.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri. Atau PMSI di kawasan. Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global dengan sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Morning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Pride membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan politik dan hukum. NTV Sport membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan olahraga. Doncast, program talk show yang mengupas tuntas suatu kasus yang berkaitan dengan kepentingan publik. 100% recommended, program kuliner yang mengajak penonton berkeliling menikmati ragam cita rasa kuliner dari berbagai daerah. Celebrity Fresh, program infotainment yang menyajikan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kehidupan selebriti. Soundcore Podcast, podcast musik yang membawa pendengar menyelami dunia musik dari berbagai genre, era, dan budaya. Kami tidak hanya menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas di layar kaca, tetapi juga menjadi bagian dari perhelatan besar di Indonesia. Nusantara Economic Outlook DEO, CEO Awards dan Business Forum, DUSAF. Pesona Nusantara, Sonkor Unplugged, Biosferan, Volcanoran, Indonesia Long Drive Competition, PNM Liga Nusantara, Indonesia Basket League. Dengan teknologi canggih, konten inovatif, dan komitmen terhadap kualitas, Nusantara TV terus bergerak maju, menyatukan negeri dalam satu layar, dan menginspirasi generasi masa depan. Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami pada inisiatif pemirsa Indonesia dengan free to air di 24 wilayah menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan Nusantara TV.com dan MTV News.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri, atau BRIN di kawasan. Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global, sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Learning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Pride membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan politik dan hukum. NTV Sport membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan olahraga. Durgas, program talk show yang mengupas tuntas suatu kasus yang berkaitan dengan kepentingan publik. 100% recommended. Program kuliner yang mengajak penonton berkeliling menikmati ragam cita rasa kuliner dari berbagai daerah. Celebrity First, program infotainment yang menyajikan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kehidupan selebriti. Soundcore Podcast, podcast musik yang membawa pendengar mengalami dunia musik dari berbagai genre, tema, dan budaya. Kami tidak hanya menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas di layar kaca, tetapi juga menjadi bagian dari perhelatan besar di Indonesia. Sementara Economic Outlook, CEO Awards, dan Business Forum, USAF, Pesona Nusantara, Soundcore Outlook, Sferan, Volcanoran, Indonesia On Drive Competition, PNM Liga Nusantara, Indonesia Basket League, teknologi canggih, konten inovatif, dan komunikasi berkualitas. Nusantara TV terus bergerak maju, menyatukan negeri dalam satu layar, dan menginspirasi generasi sebelum. Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami telah dinikmati pemirsa Indonesia dengan free-to-air di 24 wilayah yang menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan nusantaratv.com dan ntvnews.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri.
Atau PMSI di kawasan.
Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global dengan sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Morning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Prime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan politik dan hukum. NTV Sport membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan olahraga. Doncast, program talk show yang mengupas tuntas suatu kasus yang berkaitan dengan kepentingan publik. 100% recommended, program kuliner yang mengajak penonton berkeliling menikmati ragam cita rasa kuliner dari berbagai daerah. Celebrity Fresh, program infotainment yang menyajikan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kehidupan selebriti. Soundcore Podcast, podcast musik yang membawa pendengar menyelami dunia musik dari berbagai genre, era, dan budaya. Kami tidak hanya menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas di layar kaca, tetapi juga menjadi bagian dari perhelatan besar di Indonesia. Nusantara Economic Outlook, DEO, CEO Awards dan Business Forum, DUSAF, Pesona Nusantara, Soundcore Unplugged, Biosferan, Volcano Run, Indonesia Long Drive Competition, PNM Liga Nusantara, Indonesia dengan teknologi canggih, konten inovatif, dan komitmen terhadap kualitas. Nusantara TV terus bergerak maju, menyatukan negeri dalam satu layar, dan menginspirasi generasi masa depan. Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami telah dinikmati pemirsa Indonesia dengan free to air di 24 wilayah yang menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan nusantaratv.com dan ntvnews.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri.
Atau PMSI di kawasan.
Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global dengan sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Morning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Pride membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan politik dan hukum. NTV Sport membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan olahraga. Doncast, program talk show yang mengupas tuntas suatu kasus yang berkaitan dengan kepentingan publik. 100% recommended, program kuliner yang mengajak penonton berkeliling menikmati ragam cita rasa kuliner dari berbagai daerah. Celebrity First, program infotainment yang menyajikan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kehidupan selebriti. Soundcore Podcast, podcast musik yang membawa pendengar menyelami dunia musik dari berbagai genre, era, dan budaya. Kami tidak hanya menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas di layar kaca, tetapi juga menjadi bagian dari perhelatan besar di Indonesia. Nusantara Economic Outlook, DEO, CEO Awards dan Business Forum, Dusaf, Pesona Nusantara, Soundcore Unplugged, Biosferan, Volcano Run, Indonesia Long Drive Competition, PNM Liga Nusantara, Indonesia Basket League. Dengan teknologi canggih,
Ladies and gentlemen,
aktif,
start our conference shortly.
Nusantara TV terus bergerak maju, menyatukan negeri dalam satu layar, dan menginspirasi generasi masa depan.
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our conference, I would like to invite all participants to rise and sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. We kindly invite everyone to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you this morning to the International Conference on Computer Control, Informatics and its Application, or IC3INA 2025. This annual conference is proudly organized by Research Center for Data and Information Sciences, National Research Innovation Agency of Republik Indonesia. Under the theme, For Data to Knowledge, the Convergence of Open Link Data, Big Data, and AI. This conference is held on Wednesday to Thursday, 15 to 16 October 2025 at BRIN Gatot Subroto, Jakarta. I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to our sponsor and partners, IEEE Indonesia Section, PT DAS, Nusantara TV, for their incredible support in making this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kristanti Permata Fidiasi, and I'm honored to serve as the host of today's conference. This morning, we are privileged to have our distinguished guest, Dr. M. Chairman of Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics BRIN, Dr. Esa Perkasa, the Head of Research Center for Data and Information Sciences BRIN. Our distinguished keynote speaker on the first day, Mr. Ismail Fahmi from Media Congress Indonesia, Dr. Kyung Hae from Korean Institute of Science and Technology Information or KISTI, and Associate Professor Vlado Menskowski from Eindhoven University of Technology. And also our respected moderators, session speakers, session chairs, honorable guests, and all participants of IC3INA 2025. Now, to seek blessing for today's event, I would like to invite Mr. Ritun Suhut to the stage to lead us in prayer. To Mr. Ritun Suhut, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, as bow our heads for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to give us all blessing, mercy, and forgiveness. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. And those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. سلطانك اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد صلاة تنجينا بها جميع الأحوال والآفات تقليلا سيئات تبطل بها إنك على الدرجات أقصى جوات جميع خيرا من الحياة وبعد الممات برحمتك يا أرحم Since our parents, our teacher, our brothers and sisters, and those who are entitled to us, as well as the Muslim and Muslimat, the believers and believers who are alive and who have died, everyone present at this event, and accept our repentance. Indeed, you are the most accepting of repentance, the most merciful. Today, the International Conference on Computer Control, Informatics and its Application, IC3INA 2025, with the theme from data to knowledge, the convergence of open link data, big data and AI. Make this international conference a useful science assembly as a medium of several ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference be organized today with our lives, broaden our knowledge, science our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost the dignity of our nation. Allah, guide and bless our heart and our minds. In the light of your guidance, in your supreme wisdom, even our activities, help us to speak our mind clearly. Help us to listen to each other and love each other so that we are included among the best person. Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to prevent things. Equality, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Ridwan Suhud. Ladies and gentlemen, with the opening ceremony session. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Adil Sawaskita, Chair of IC3INA 2025, to deliver his welcome remarks. Please give him a welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, honorable speakers, esteemed researchers, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 12th International Conference on Computer Control, Informatics, and its Application 2025. It's my great honor on behalf of the organizing committee to present a brief report on this year's conference. IC3INA 2025 continue to uphold its tradition of being a selective and reputable scientific forum. This year, we received more than 120 submissions from researchers across the globe. After a rigorous peer review process involving our technical program committee and external reviewers, we accepted 68 papers, resulting in an acceptance rate of 50%. This ratio reflects both of commitment to maintain academic excellence and our encouragement for broad participation from diverse research communities. The accepted papers are distributed across 4 main tracks, respectively: information and communication technology application, informatics and data processing, data science, and computer network and control. It's noteworthy that the data science track received the largest share of acceptance paper underscoring the growing importance of AI, big data analytics, and computational intelligence in today's research and innovation landscape. This year's theme, From Data to Knowledge, the convergence of open link data, big data, and AI, highlights the critical role of data integration, interoperability, and artificial intelligence in transforming information into actionable knowledge. We hope that IC3INA 2025 will serve as a catalyst for collaboration among scientists, engineers, policymakers, and industry practitioners, fostering innovation that benefits not only Indonesia but the global community. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to National Research and Innovation Agency and the Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics for their continued support, all reviewers and track chairs for their invaluable time and dedication, entire organizing committee, every member who has worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this conference possible, our distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Ismail Fahmi, PhD, Dr. Kyong Hali, Prof. Vlado Menkowski, Prof. Setia Pramana, Prof. Bernardo Nugroho Yahya, and Mr. Yudi Rezaldi, PhD, for sharing their insight. And also IEEE Indonesia section, Nusantara TV, and PT DAS for their support. And finally, to all participants who make this conference vibrant and meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, IC3INA has always been a forum where ideas meet impact, where research across disciplines to shape our collective digital future. We invite you to engage, share, and collaborate throughout the sessions ahead. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Arya, for the welcome remarks. Next, it is my pleasure to invite the head of Research Center for Data and Information Sciences, BRIN, Dr. Esa Prakasa, to deliver his welcome remarks. To Mr. Esa, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Chairman for Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics BRIN, Professor Dr. Budi Tawara, and so Honorable Dr. Yong Hali from Korea Institute of Science and Technology Information for becoming a keynote speaker in this morning. And also Honorable Dr. Ismail Fahmi, and also all of the keynote speakers of IC3INA 2025. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, researchers, and all of the participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. It is a great honor for me on behalf of the Research Center for Data Information Sciences under the Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics BRIN to welcome all of you to the 12th International Conference on Computer Control Informatics and its Application, IC3INA 2025. This year conference brings together a vibrant community of scientists and innovators to share all passions and to transform data into meaningful knowledge that drives progress, innovation, and societal well-being. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to especially to the organizing committee, for their dedication and excellence, and also to keynote speakers and all of the contributors who have made this event possible. Also to our international guests and participants, welcome to Indonesia. We are delighted to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, we are living in the time when data becomes the foundation of modern civilization. Every second, vast amounts of information are produced from social interaction, industrial sensors, field measurement instruments, and also field station, satellites imageries, and also from the digital systems. But as we know, the data alone has no meaning unless it's refined, structured, and lastly, we can interpret from those data. The real value of the data will appear when we can connect, analyze, and understand the data. We need to transform the data into knowledge, so we can use this knowledge to support our decision, policies, and also innovations. This is why the theme of this year IC3INA is from data to knowledge, the convergence of open link data, big data, and AI. It reminds us that the future of science and the innovation depends not only on the data collection, but on our ability to make sense of it, share it responsibly, and apply it wisely. The convergence of open link data, big data, and artificial intelligence represent a powerful new paradigm for knowledge creation. While open link data encourages transparency, interoperability, and accessibility, allowing knowledge to be connected across domains and institutions. On the other hand, big data technologies give us the capacity to process information at big scale, and then enabling real-time insights into complex systems. And then finally, the third component is artificial intelligence, or AI, provides the intelligence to interpret and act upon the data, learning patterns, predicting outcomes, and discovering new relationships. When we can combine these three components or three pillars, it can lead to data informed intelligence, which enables innovation in many kind of application and implementations. At the Research Center for Data Information Sciences, we are deeply engaged in this transformative journey. We believe in science and technology as tools to empower communities and establish a knowledge-based society. To encourage open cooperation and data-driven innovation, we collaborate with Indonesian and worldwide universities, corporations, and governments. At BRIN, we committed to supporting this journey through open access to research infrastructure, mentoring program, and international collaboration opportunities. Your curiosity today will define the innovation landscape for tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the power of data and AI lies not only in algorithms, but also in the collaboration across the fields, institutions, and nations. There is the spirit of IC3INA to connect the ideas, bridge the disciplines, and build partnership that lasts beyond the conference itself. Looking ahead, we envision a future where the data and knowledge from the backbone of the national innovation systems, a future where open data and AI can empower smarter decision in the public policy, sustainable development and scientific discovery, and a future where Indonesia contributes meaningfully to the global digital knowledge network. This not a distant dream. Yeah, it's already unfolding, and conference like this conference, IC3INA, are the catalysts that turn vision into reality. Before closing these remarks, please allow me once again to express my deepest gratitude, firstly to BRIN chairman and the management, and so the chairman for Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics for the guidance and support, all of the keynote speakers and session chairs for their valuable insights, and the chair and the member of the organizing committee of the IC3INA for their dedication and the professionalism to conduct this international conference, and also all participants for your collaboration, commitment, and in advancing the science. I hope the discussion over the next few days will not only inspire new research ideas, but also can initiate long-term collaboration that exceed all of the boundaries. Let us continue to move forward from data to knowledge, from knowledge to wisdom, and from wisdom to a better world. Finally, I wish you a very productive, fruitful, and inspiring and so memorable conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'd like to express our gratitude to Mr. Isa for the welcome remarks. Now to IC3 2025 officially, let us continue with the opening remarks from the Chairman of Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics BRIN, Dr. Budi Prawara. To Mr. Budi, I invite you to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, distinguished guests, honorable keynote speakers, Dr. Ismail Fahmi from Media Canals, Dr. Kyung Haili from KISTI, also our Director Center for Data Science and Information, Dr. Esa Prakasa, Chair of IC3INA, Dr. Arya, respected researchers, academics, industry partner, and students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and honor for me on behalf of National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, particularly the Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, to warmly welcome you all to the 12th International Conference on Computer Control, Informatics, and its Applications. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciations to the organizing committee for their dedications and professionalism in making this important scientific gathering possible. I also wish to extend my gratitude to our keynote and invited speakers who have generously agreed to share their expertise and perspectives. To all participants and presenters, both from Indonesia and abroad, welcome. Your participation embodies the spirit of collaborations that drives global research and innovations. Over the past 12 years, IC3INA has evolved into one of the region's most respectively platforms for researchers and practitioners in computer control system and informatics. This conference has consistently provided a stage for sharing knowledge, building partnership, and exploring innovative solutions to challenge the digital area. In this 12th edition, we gather under a very timely and forward-looking theme, from data to knowledge, the convergence of open links data and artificial intelligence. This theme captures not only the technological essence of our time, but also the scientific challenge of decade, transforming fast, complex data into structured knowledge that benefit society. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in an unprecedented era where data has become the new national resource. From satellite orbiting above us to sensor embedded in our daily device, we generate massive streams of data every second, data about our environment, our behavior, our economy, and our society. Yet, as we often say, data alone doesn't guarantee insight. The journey from data to knowledge and eventually to wisdom requires the synergy of three transformative forces: open links data, big data, and artificial intelligence. When these three elements converge, they create not just smarter technologies, but a new ecosystem of knowledge, one that can drive better decision making, support innovations, and promote sustainable development. At BRIN, the convergence of these technologies align perfectly with our national mission to strengthen Indonesia research and innovation ecosystem. Through the Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, we are advancing studies, scientific computing, AI, and machine learning, data analytics, robotics, cybersecurity, and digital infrastructure, with that form the foundations of Indonesia digital transformations agenda. We recognize that the challenge we face today, from climate resilience to industrial automation and digital sovereignty, cannot be solved by isolated efforts. They demand integrated, data-driven, and collaborative approach. That's why BRIN actively promotes open science, data sharing, and cross-sector collaborations, both domestically and internationally. Yeah, as we know, BRIN has one of our priority program is how we can integrate our data. And yeah, BRIN has the programs for data acquisitions for some data. For example, satellite imagery data, genetics data, and also yeah, we have a plan to collect the data from the citizens. Yeah, how we can push and to collaborate with the society to collect some data with the platform of citizens science. Ladies and gentlemen, the spirit of IC3INA reflects the growing need for global collaborations, and no single country or institution can fully harness the potential of AI and big data alone. We need a shared platform, interoperable standards, and collaborative research network that transcend borders. BRIN also stands ready to be a part of that global ecosystem, working hand in hand with universities, industry, and international partners to foster open research, innovation exchange, and human capacity developments. We have some of research facility schemes. The first is funding facilities that not only for the BRIN researchers, but also we open for external party like researchers from university, from industry, and also for student also. And the second scheme is open infrastructure that we already integrate all of our infrastructure into one platform of ELSA, ELSA BRIN Go ID. That we can utilize together. And also the third facility scheme is research mobility. There are some schemes on there, for example, from the undergraduate student that you can use as for the MBKM, for example, and also for supervisor of thesis and dissertations. And we have also a mobility scheme on visiting researchers and also professors visitings. We must ensure that AI and data technologies promote equality rather than depend disparities. We must protect privacy, uphold integrity, and safeguard the dignity and individual all digital processes. And at BRIN, we see this as not only a scientific responsibility, but also a moral one. Allow me also to highlight the importance of young researchers and students who are participating in this conference. You represent the next generation of innovators, the ones who will shape the future of computer science, informatics, and AI in the decades to come. I encourage you to embrace interdisciplinary thinking, to explore ethical innovations, and to engage to international collaborations. At BRIN, we are fully committed to supporting young scientists by building open research infrastructure, fostering innovation ecosystem, and providing opportunities for joint research and mentorships. As we begin this conference, I invite all of us to approach IC3INA to not only as a scientific event, but as a collective movement toward an open, intelligent, and inclusive knowledge society. Together, we can shape a future where technology advances not only innovations, but also human well-being. A future where data and AI are not ends in themselves, but a means to achieve sustainable progress for all. Before I conclude, I wish once again to thank the organizing committee for their exceptional effort and dedications, our keynote and invited speakers for their valuable contributions, and all participants for your commitment to advancing knowledge and innovations. May this conference be a source of new ideas, new partnership, and new inspiration. On behalf of the National Research and Innovation Agency and Research Organization for Electronics and Informatics, I officially declare the 12th International Conference on Computer Control Informatics and its applications open. Let us continue our shared journey from data knowledge and from knowledge to better future for humanity. And I wish you all have a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, a photo group session for participants joining on activate information, and for those on site, kindly come forward to the stage, and our photographer and IT team will assist. Thank you very much.
Setelah ini apa nih?
Tidak, Pak, segitu.
Jadi pas mau tuh lupa. Udah, aman. Aku Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the main agenda of the conference. But before that, let me inform you that the keynote speaker session consists of a 45 minutes presentation and followed by a 15 minutes Q&A. And moderator will select the question due to the time constraints. Today, we are honored to present 3 keynote speakers in this session. And it gives me a great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Ismail Fahmi, PhD. He is a director of Karlans Indonesia. He will deliver his presentation with information science and big data analysis. And in this session, will be moderated by Dr. Rizie Eko Charakan. But before that, I would like to read his brief biography. Dr. Eko Charaka is a researcher of Research Center for Data and Information Sciences BRIN. He is also a professor at the Department of Information Management, Choyang University of Technology, Taiwan. He obtained his bachelor degree in statistics from Diponegoro University Indonesia. He earned his master degree by research in statistics and data science from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He received his doctoral degree in informatics and information management from Choyang University of Technology, Taiwan. He completed his postdoctoral research at Seoul National University and Seoul National University Hospital, South Korea. He also holds a professional engineering certification from Pajajaran University, Indonesia. His research interests include statistics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, big data analysis, optimization, business analytics, data science, and sustainable development goals. To Mr. Rizie, you may take the floor.
Okay, thank you, our MC. Okay, good morning, audience. Okay, Anyong. Okay, thank you for coming our conference, IC3INA, which will be conducted by 2 days, 2 days and tomorrow. And I, as a researcher, I'm proud to be here because we could share our ideas towards of SDGs. So from these topics, we have Pak Ismail Fahmi. Ismail, are you ready?
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm here.
I'm very happy that having you here, Pak Ismail Fahmi. Okay, before we start, because today's session, I'm going to big sense of the data science and implications to the media itself. So I would like to introduce Ismail. Ismail Fahmi gets his PhD in the University of London, and then also information science in London as well in finance. So and then the civil engineers in Indonesia. In Pak Ismail Fahmi is including the about the NLP, information extraction, automation extraction, extractions, and smaller things, just of AI itself. And then, so you know that Islamani is most recognized for data science and media. You know, I don't think something like this, so in persons. So, Islamani. So it's worse.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. I'm honored here to deliver this keynote, the first keynote at IC3INA 2025. My name is Ismail Fahmi, PhD. I'm founder of Tentang BRIN and PT Media Kernels Indonesia. And my sincere thanks to the organizing committee and chairs, Dr. Arya Adiaksa Waskita, and to our colleagues from BRIN, Dr. Esa Prakasa and Dr. Budi Prawara for their leadership and warm welcome. And I also extend warm greeting to our moderator, my friends, my dear friends, Dr. Rezi Eko Charaka. And before we begin, please accept my apology. Qadarullah, due to the circumstances that beyond my control, I am unable to be with you in person today. I am in Malang and just was discharged from ICU. By God's grace, I am recovering well and able to join you via Zoom. Although I still in an IV line here, thank you for your understanding, but no worry. I have my commitment to our discussion, and over the next 45 minutes, I would like to share a perspective from the front line, where the data, AI, public discourses, with all the challenges that we must meet. Okay, I would like to share my screen now. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I hope it's clear here, my slide. So I take this title about who owned the narrative. So it is about actually the data, disinformation, and the missing voice of academia. So it's a little bit big data, little bit artificial intelligence, also a little bit about self-criticism actually to ourselves. So before that, I would like to apologize for this, right? And because I think it is very important for me to share in this very important forum with you. Okay, I would like to start with this story. It is a story of narrative wars. It is really happening in Indonesia before. Okay, and it is about, and in this graph, it is a social network analysis in 2019. There was a great demonstration in Indonesia about RUU KUHP, about regulation, and very important in Indonesia. During the demonstration, there are several parties actually that try to voice their narratives. You can see from this social network analysis that developed by Drone and Brit at that moment, you can see the group of activists. They use the hashtag reformasi di korupsi, okay? And then you can see this very interesting, Gen Z, K-popers. I can spot the name of like Aukarin. Aukarin is like influencers in social media, very popular. And among them, they talk with one hashtag, diperkosa oleh negara. Sorry, fucked by the government, something like that. Because you know the young generation, they would like to have their own hashtag. And also there's a group of opposition. They use a very serious hashtag, turunkan Jokowi. And you can see here on the top, it is a group of bot and buzzers, influencers, the pro-government. So their purpose is to share the narrative for the government, like percaya langkah Jokowi, saya bersama Jokowi, and so on and so on. Okay, this is what happened. There's a narrative wars at the same time in the social media, and during the demonstration by the activists, the student here, what was going on at that moment? So the buzzers of the pro government, they accuse the student to have the hashtag of turunkan Jokowi. You know, what does it mean? It means it is illegal, right? It's illegal that if we have demonstration and demonstration asks the president to step down at that moment, and it is very easy for the police and so on, and then to crack the demonstration because of this, let's say, not appropriate hashtag. But we would like, so the question is that, is that right? Is it true that actually the student and the others, they would like to ask the president to step down using the turunkan Jokowi hashtag? So this come turn at the moment. I saw the data is like this. I saw the disinformation. I saw there's a narrative war. Then actually the student, they don't use the hashtag of turunkan Jokowi. They have other narrative, reformasi di korupsi. They want to have reformation, okay? And by showing this graph to public, so the accusation by the group of the pro-government, then it has failed, right? And what happened at that moment? This graph is really, really helpful for the student. They use this graph, they put it on social media, they put on Instagram, they put on Twitter, they show them that, okay, look at this data. We are not using the turunkan Jokowi hashtag, but we use reformasi di korupsi hashtag. You know, in the social media sphere, if we don't use this kind of tools, you can accuse everybody, say anything, right? But using the big data, we can find insight, we can get the knowledge, we can show the truth. And so this is what I thought is very important for us to use our knowledge, our tool in big data, AI, and so on for the good public. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, then. And I would like to continue, sorry, for the... Okay, where was my slide before? Somebody was calling me and then I lost my screen. So sorry, I will go back again. Sorry. Where is that? Sorry.
You need our help to share screen.
Is it possible that if you share from there?
Is it community? Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, wait.
Yes.
Yeah, we try our side.
Yeah. And okay, so okay, great. Thank you.
Here we go.
Okay, great. Perfect. Okay, you can see it. Yeah. Okay, please go to next slides. So that was the background of my presentation. There's something happening in the social media. You see buzzers, you see bots there, and they're fighting for a narrative. The big question is that if the social media has become the new battlefield of narrative, shouldn't academics on the front lines educating the public with data, not leaving the field to the buzzers and bots? So this is my question actually. Okay, next. I would start with Jordan Brett a little bit for you that you maybe don't know what Jordan Brett is. It is like a living labs. So since 2014, we monitor billions of conversation from social media and online media. It is also, besides we provide regular report about any issue in on Indonesia and to social media. We also help the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Communication Information, and so on. So they use our system in order to, they can grab the voice from the social media, from the public. So they can, from this data, become insight, and I expect that it become knowledge. And at some points, actually, it works. This become the input for policy making in that side. Okay, next. Okay, in the last presidential election 2024, actually 2019 as well, it's just an example that the tools like drone BRIN, I believe that it's not only drone BRIN tools in Indonesia. We have so many social media companies as well. We apply this for the election, COVID-19, hoaxes, social media conflict, public policy debates, and so on. Just for example, during presidential election, every night we have debates. Just hours after that, we need to analyze quickly. Just 1 hour, we have to be able to show what is public saying about the candidate and the others, about their opinion about their program, and so on. And so with this big data and artificial intelligence, with the help of artificial intelligence, we really got the benefit of this, getting insight and knowledge very quickly. Okay, next. Okay, but there are some challenges. If we talk from data to knowledge, there are some challenges. The first one, once we have the big data, actually it is automatic knowledge. Okay, we have big data, so I have knowledge. No, this is not automatic, because there are so many big data. Social media, online media is one of the sources. And we know that so many other sources of big data, like maybe I ever work with CDR, IPDR, the conversation log that owned by a telecommunication company. In the company and institution, they have internal big data then. But if we talk about social media, we have noises, we have manipulation, we have bots there. So this is our challenge. And we have linked data as well. Having data from social media is not enough, actually. We need to connect this with other data, for example, from health, economy, to get holistic insight. So I always say to our clients or friends from the government, for example, okay, this is the data from the social media, but if you want to use this as an input for the policy, don't use this alone. We need other data. We need other parameters, might be from your internal data, from other economic data, and so on, in order to we can get better and holistic insights. Okay, next. Okay, just one story. I would like to have another story. In 2020, there are 2 movies that happening in social media in Indonesia. The first one is Jejak Khilafah di Nusantara. Okay, this is about this movie is made by one of organization, HTI or something like that, and they want to show the history of Islamic Khilafah in Indonesia, and maybe the main narrative is that it is okay, it is important for Indonesia to have Islamic Khilafah as well. Okay, and the other one is the movie Istilik. The other one, the movie Istilik is actually about just ladies, mothers from villages. They go to to a city on the trucks and then just talk anything about the issues. Okay, so what happened? There are storytelling at the same moment in the social media, and they're competing each other. At the first one, the Jejak Khilafah Nusantara, I saw why there's a trending topic on Twitter. The topic like Jejak Khilafah Nusantara is increasing, become the hashtag, become a trending topic, and Tilik as well become trending topic as well. So my question is that which one is actually original from human? Which one is actually or both of them are original, or any of them that they try to compete with human in sharing their narrative. And in Drone Breed, we have specific tools to analyze whether an account is bot or not. So having numbers of tens of thousands of accounts, we analyze each of them and we make a grade from 0 to 5. If the 0, so it means it's human. If 5, it means it's a robot, it's bot. And you can see from here, the graph is very clear. The number of human for jejak khilafah di Nusantara, even less than the number of, let's say, the score of 1 to 2, 2 to 3. So in the middle, usually I call this cyborg, sometimes human, sometimes bot, like that, okay? And the number of robots, the red one, is also high. And very contrast if you compare with the number of human for the tilik below. The green one is so high. So the score of 0 to 1, so it's mean really human. So the account human is majority. And the score, overall score is clear as well. For the jejak khilafah, like in the middle, so it's mean the conversation is done half by human, half by bot. Okay, and for tiliks, mostly by human. So you know what does it mean? Even bots and human, they're competing each other in social media. They have narrative, they have storytelling, and they want to push this. If we don't know what's going on, what we can see is just trending topic. We can see just the number of images, video, and so on will fill our social media. And we don't know what's going on. But with the big data, with this kind of analytics, we can show them, we can educate people. Okay, look at this, guys. And which one you follow? You want to follow the ones promoted by bots or the one promoted by human? Okay. So the decision, we let the decision rest by human, by the publics. But the most importantly for us is that as our as academician, as researcher, we show them what's going on. We educate people with this kind of data and insight. Okay, next. And next, please. Okay, to go deep into this, I would like to show you what is happening. Okay, and there are actually patterns. There are patterns exposed and hidden hand. Okay, and I have social network analysis again, because this is very powerful. One of the social network analysis from the jejak khilafah Nusantara, you can see here in the inset, very small. There are 3 accounts. Okay, I make it zoom. There are the 3 accounts, let's say Dinda, Rahma, Cactus, Asma, Haula, okay, something like that. Only 3 accounts, they connected each other. So it's mean one account, they will make a post, this one until 1,000 posts, and the other will retweet 1,000 again. So only these 3 accounts, they can make until more than 3,000 posts. You can imagine that. And if you just see the graph total and so on, you will not see the pattern behind this. So it is very important for us to see the conversion out there actually not always original. And sometimes there's hidden hands that working like this. Okay, next. Okay, now it's come to my real question in the beginnings. We as researchers, as academicians, what we have to do? I would like to show you two comparisons on academics on social media. I take 3 universities from United States, MIT, Stanford, and Harvard. I compare this with 3 universities, big university in Indonesia, ITB, University of Indonesia, and Universitas Gadjah Mada. Okay. Next. So what I did, please next. I use their accounts. Okay, the actual accounts like okay, this one is for Harvard and Stanford. I use their account, MIT, Stanford, and Harvard. Okay, and all the conversation, I took the data from the 1st of January 2018 until May 2021. That one. Okay, and all the conversation are there. So what you can see is actually the account of Harvard, MIT, and Stanford, they're very close each other. Why they close each other? Because the users they talk about them, maybe they talk not about only about one university, but also the other universities. It is very likely that let's say one account in the social media, they have collaboration between one university and the others. And very importantly, you can see the note that I give ellipse symbols. Those are like Bill Gates, Dr. Dana, and so on. Those are academicians, and they speak loudly in social media. They talk about you remember in 2020, 21, it's during COVID-19, right? And so many doctors, researchers, they appear there in social media, and they talk about COVID-19, about knowledge, and so on. Okay, and the network is so active, and we can see very nice discussion among them. Okay, next slides. Okay, I take one example from Harvard. So we call this direct networks, direct network at Harvard. We want to see who are the direct accounts that connected to Harvard. You can see here there are so many accounts that's very active. Most of them can be student, researchers, alumni, or maybe from industry. They have collaboration with Harvard. They mention Harvard. They have research with Harvard. They have conference with Harvard and something like that. And they talk all of this in social media. Okay, the engagement is very, very good. Next. Okay, let's see then slide. Okay, go to the next slide, please. Okay, now let's see Indonesia. Okay, this is very interesting. I use ITB official, UGM Yogyakarta, and UNIF Indonesia, 3 accounts. Okay, I would like to see who are the talk about the universities. Is there any industry talk about universities, or universities just among the universities? Is there any linkage between university, industry, and maybe public organization and so on? That seems like that we can see before in the United States. Apparently, it's like this. We have the data from January 1, 2016 or 18 until May 2021. So I think the period is almost the same. Okay, and apparently there are not many academicians, not many researchers. I only can mark very few of them. Okay, and of course, still these 3 universities links each other. And you can see like there is a small subset of network, the red one. It is a group of buzzers. Okay, and you can see on the top is opposition, on the right, and pro-government on the left. So what does it mean? So it means our university in social media, they're very close with the politics issue. The buzzers, they try to bring in universities into their narrative. So we don't have our own narrative in the social media. Universities should talk about actually about the industry, about the science, technology, and so on. But apparently at that moment, no, we are just dragged by the buzzers and maybe the politics issues into their narrative, and not many academicians they are willing to talk in social media. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is interesting. There is from ITB, okay, and there's a network of ITB. This is not yet okay. From IT official, I just take a look. Direct network of IT official. There are 2 academicians at that moment. The first one is my friend Dasapta Erwin. He is very keen of sharing his knowledge, his bibliographical knowledge, experimentation, and so on in social media, and it's very active. So and of course, like we can see that in this network. And there is also another one, BY Art. Okay, you know which one? Actually, this is Brian Yuliarto, our now Ministry of Dikti and Syntax. He was very active as well in social media. You can see So probably if you have the social media, next time you become the ministry like this. Okay? And so what does it mean? There are some academicians active, and they are there to face buzzers. Maybe I know Mr. Brian is my friend as well, and then during that time he got criticism, fight from the buzzers and so on, but he doesn't care. He's willing to share their knowledge and so on on social media. Okay. So this is what we have in Indonesia. It's very different, right, compared to what we have in the United States. Okay, next. Okay, that was about the social network analysis and about who they are, who are the people in the conversation. Now let's take a look at the topics, what they are talking about. After who, then we want to see what they are talking about. So I took a Harvard again. This one example. I use the hashtags. I just would like to see what are the hashtags they are used in Harvard. We can see like COVID-19, okay, negotiation, coronavirus on the top of Harvard, Crimson, Poison Ivy, and so on and so on. And there's, of course, there's like China and others, other political issues. So from Harvard, the discourse is global, can be political, activist-driven, and user, academics, student, they used to engage for the external issues and so on. And take a look at the ITP only at that moment. We have ITP News, Berita Duka, Di Rumah Saja, Bandung, Gerakan, Social Distancing, Davisnet, and so on. So mostly like internal, institutional, local, commemorative. So most conversation is focused on campus event, obituaries and student movement and so on. We need to have like more like in Harvard. So university and institution, they should not, okay, that's fine. They talk about what's internal institution, but it is very important. They talk about their research finding, talk with others about international and global. So to not only to be local national, but to be international as well. If it's not international, but at least between university and other institution, companies, and so on. Okay. Okay. Next. So what we can compare here is that we have some findings at U.S. universities. We use MIT, Stanford, and Harvard. So it's a very dense academic participation. And so they are not only present, but also they have very high connection. Okay. And academics become influencers. This is very important. Academics become influencers there. When we talk about that moment is COVID-19, of course, academician active in social media. But in Indonesia during the COVID-19, very few academicians that they able to be on social media. But there's so many buzzers and bots, so they try to fight for their narrative. And the conversation topics in US, for example, we can see like science, communication, technology, innovation, policy debates, academic insights. And then if we compare to Indonesia, the topic is mostly about the institution, right? And the impact is interesting. US universities and knowledge hubs become like knowledge hubs on social media, with academic actively shaping the public discourse and extending their role beyond journal. This is very important, beyond journals, so not just stop at journals. Well, in Indonesia, I will show you later why, what's going on with academician in Indonesia. Okay, next. Okay, so if we make a summary of these comparative insights, the US model, academics become the frontline communicator. They tweet, they debate, they educate people directly, they build trust and credibility. Okay, while Indonesian model, academics are mostly silent observer. Public discourse is dominated by institutional accounts, political clusters, leaving little space for data-driven and research-based input from scholars. Okay, and the implication So you see, this gap reduced the role of Indonesian academia in shaping public literacy in and national discourse. Okay, next. Next slide, please. And okay, I have an experiment. In 2018, I developed drone-based academics. Why? Because I thought at that moment that I with the drone bread just to share the insight inside. I fight with the buzzers and so on because of my analytics. People criticize me and so on because they don't like the analysis. And I thought I need friends. I need other journalists and academicians to be there in social media. Okay, probably they have problem with accessing the data. Okay, I provide drone-based academics for free because I work as a lecturer as well at University of Islam Indonesia. So we develop DEA, drone-based academics, and the access free for Twitter. Twitter is free at the moment. It's very easy for me to get the data, and then okay, I make it free, and people can join DEA. They propose topics as long as it's clear the purpose and so on. We make the keyword, we crawl the data, and there are thousands of projects and so on. Okay, what I expect, if there are some issues that they need to appear, they also will share the data, not after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but right after that, the same day or at least the same weeks. Because if we have conversation in social media, when they need insights, they need to be real time at that moment. Okay, and but apparently never happened. Still, I barely can see academician or journalist or researcher. They use the data from drone-based academic, and in that moment they share to the public, educate the public with the data. And but on the other side, if I look at Google Scholar, if you search in Google Scholar drone breeds, you can find hundreds of entries. So many journals, they use drone breed as the source. I'm very happy, of course, because some of them using published on journal Q1 journal is very, very good, right? Okay, next slide. Nah. Okay, so this is the expectation versus reality that I found during my experiment and effort in bringing academician and scholars to social media. So I expect that academic use drone-based academic for real-time analysis and inform and educate the public at the same time. But in reality, most works stayed in journal. Very few academics engage the public with data. So the question is like this. If the academics remain absent, public debates will keep losing to buzzers, right? And disinformation. Okay, as we can see now. Okay, next, please. Next. Nah. So I thought about what is the cause of this? This is why many academics stay silent on social media, and probably these are some possibility like political pressures and academic freedom. I heard about this so many times. Even some academicians, they're very active. They got doxing, yeah, because maybe they talk about politics, okay, and fear of state repression, institutional constraints, and maybe if you talk a lot in social media, your boss, maybe the rector, they will inform you, okay, please keep silent because otherwise we got problem or something like that. Or maybe there are some sensitive issues, and so many sensitive issues that often discourages university. University didn't want to talk about that. And spiral of silence, fear of backlash, isolation, negative labeling. It is very difficult. Yeah, I can feel that once I share since 2016 in drone bread, I got a lot of issues. I have to face the buzzers and so on and so on. And it needs energy as well. But at the end, I found a way out in order to I can keep speaking with the data until now, even now, and still okay. Okay, I would like to share with you later. But so the spiral of silence, this make us safer to say quiet. Okay, say quiet, rest being targeted. Yeah. Legal and reputational risk, professional workload, weak public communication skill, close academic culture, and so on and so on. Okay, I will not talk about this in detail. So it means that I understand. I understand that there are some issues related to scholars and academic in social media, why they don't appear there. Okay, next.
We only have 5 minutes remaining.
Okay, please.
Okay.
In a moment. So what is the safe strategy? We can learn from constructive journalism. Focus on data, not politics. As long as you focus on data and not politics, it will be okay. Okay. Frame criticism as constructive. If you have critics, it's fine, but frame as constructive. Use the language of public education. This is what I do. I always frame my analysis as, okay, this is academic. I use academic methodology and so on, and adopt constructive journalism approach. Next, I will show you what is this. What is constructive journalism? We focus on problem and solution. Okay, it doesn't mean that, it means that we don't just highlight problems. You can see that so many people just talk about the problem, but we always include with solution. So once you have problem, okay, this is solution. For example, we know there are unsafe kitchen, then we need audit and certification. Okay, if we talk about MBG, okay, MBG. Hope and agency, we show change is possible, then we can do that. And the last one, use data-driven storytelling. So we're not just telling something is critical, but we use data and then we make a story with the data. Next. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. So what we can use artificial intelligence here. I thought about something that we can use, AI things. Beforehand, like on the left, we just talk about academics, and on the right, of course, we still work with academics, but we also talk in social media with the help of LLM, large language model, artificial intelligence. How, if you cannot express how to present your data, we can use the help of LLM. I show you later. Next, please. Okay, next. Next.
Next.
Slide. Make it quick. Okay. You know, now artificial intelligence is very, very smart. And like XAI already lay off 500 people as the teacher. Why? Because they want to get more teachers, specialized teacher. So in the future, AI will become more and more specialized, more intelligent. And we can use this as a helps, because you are focused on research, focus on academics, but on communication with social media, you are not expert, but we can help from the artificial intelligence. Next, I show you a little example. Okay, one example like here, there are in communication, maybe you don't understand, you never heard about Enman, Van Dyke, SCCT, situational crisis communication theory, stakeholder mapping, and so on. Me neither. I don't understand about this because I'm not from communication side, but from telecommunication side. But from here, we can use AI to help us. Okay, next slide. For example, here, we use crisis to analyze MBK, free meal, nutritious meal, right? We get big data. From the big data, we get small data, not a whole data, because in LLM, we are limited by context, right? The length of the context is limited. So don't use all of the data, but take small data, top 100, top 200, most retweet, and so on and so on. And from that, you can just use, okay, please make analysis using SCCT. Okay, and then I want to analyze this, and then after that, please make the post using constructive journalism. Voila. you can get the draft thing that you can post on social media. Okay, next, I'll show you. Okay, from the data, we have the graph like this. The trend is high, but of course, if you just talk about this, it's not very interesting. Okay, next. Okay, we take this small data, the sampling from, let's say, from 50 of the news, selected news, 50 from Twitter, most retweet only. You have 10,000 maybe, don't use all of them, just make small data. You take also from TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, for example, like this. Okay, what I like to show you here is that we can use big data and using the artificial intelligence while big data from social media, and I want to educate the public using this data. Okay, next. And this is just a dashboard of the drone breed. I incorporate artificial intelligence. Our analysts just make one click and then get analysis. They can ask from predefined prompts, get the positive of negative issues using SCCT and so on and so on. Next, please. And you get the summary like this. All of this from artificial intelligence. Okay, next. And even from the post, for the text that you want to post on social media, for example, for X, I have this analysis before. I would like to share with public, but please make an example of constructive narrative on X using the data that I have. We have tweet 1, tweet 2, tweet 3, and so on. If you look at this, it's very interesting. And people will see this as not just simply we criticize the program, but we try to use the constructive journalism, constructive analysis, constructive communication with them. Okay, next. And this is what I did. I just simply use the output of the artificial intelligence. I make a drone on-breed notes, very clear, concise, and the PDF I shared on Twitter, and quite a lot of engagement I got. Just one day in 12K and so on. So many people share that. And I don't see any people that criticize me. Why you criticize drone MBK and so on? No? Because what I saw here, it is analytics, and I provide also the constructive ideas to solve this. Next. Well, for example, like this, also by artificial intelligence, and then I share with public. Next. Okay, so this is call to action for the academics. Don't stop at journals. Be present in public debates with data. And research must have dual purpose, at least, scientific and real-time literacy. Because we have that. We need that in Indonesia. We need to make the public sphere in Indonesia, not only by buzzers and boards, but academicians should be there and become public intellectual powered by data, just like MIT and Stanford scholars on social media. Next. So this is the last one, the key message is data must live in the public space. So not only in the journal and classroom. Academics must be drivers, not spectators, but engagement should be safe and constructive, of course. Okay. And for the safe strategy, you can adopt a principle of constructive journalism, focus on data, frame the problem with solution, and use languages that educate rather than provoke. Okay. Next. Okay. So if not us, the academics and researchers, then who will lead the data-driven public policy movement? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Osman. Very interesting, as I know that it's not the perfect conditions, but I would like to enjoy what you said, Pak Ismail. Okay, then I would like to open about the two questions from the online, both of the online and offline. If you have on your top, yeah, please raise your hand. Not too much. Yes, please, sir. Stand in the middle and we have microphone to you. Mbak, right here. Oh, not working? Oh, hold on. I'll help you. First, please introduce yourself and your affiliation, sir. Here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Dr. Fahmi. My name is Raffi Mahmud Zain from Universitas Pamulang. Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Your illustration of Harvard and ITB discourse patterns reveal very interesting to me. I want to ask about topic of conversation. Seeing the contrast in the conversation patterns that you show to us, do you think that in the future AI could help university develop an intelligent mirror, something that reflects where the scientific discussion is heading, where the scientific discussion is going down, and where the scientific discussion relate to one another, and perhaps what is missing from the public conversation? Conceptually, could this idea connect with the notion of effective knowledge system, where universities don't just produce knowledge, but also analyze their own discourse patterns as an automatic feedback mechanism from institutional learning? Thank you, Dr. Fahmi.
Thank you.
Is it clear, sir?
Yes, clear.
Good.
Shall I we collect the question or directly I answer that?
Okay. You mean that you want to make it harder? Oh, please repeat your question, sir. Wait.
Okay, so this, yeah, it is. I think it's okay. I clear. The questions, if I understand, is about is it possible in the future that artificial intelligence can help us in universities or institution to automatically detect and analyze what's going on and give feedback on any issue or maybe topic and so on, and then it can help us in the further conversation or whatever. I hope about that. Okay, and so my thought is that there's a wise human in the middle. Okay, we cannot rely on artificial intelligence alone. We cannot rely just having artificial intelligence get the job done and easy. At some point, for example, when I show you in a drone operate, we really grateful with AI because we have a lot of job in the past time, take long time to do, and now we can do that very quickly. But with the help of artificial intelligence and of course with the human in the middle, human will clarify things, human will select things and so on, and in order to we can get better results. So in my opinion, so we cannot rely 100% on AI. We need to still have a human here to work. If you want to appear, for example, in related to the topic that I am talking about in social media, we need to be very active in social media. Okay, you have we got good feedback from AI, you get insight from AI, but still you learn that need to be there on the public, and you need to talk with them. We need to talk with the others, and otherwise, if we give everything to the artificial intelligence, what is different between us and bot, right? Because bot also using artificial intelligence now. They got the feedback automatically. They search automatically who are very critical in social media. They can detect that, and then they got the program automatically make a counter narrative. The counter narrative should be like this. Okay, and that's really happening. Okay, that's really happening. The use of artificial intelligence to shape the public conversation, but of course it is not constructive. So I think still we need a human, which is academician here in a public sphere.
Okay, is it clear? Okay, thank you, Pak Ismail. And then for the second, yeah, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Hazriani. I'm from Universitas Handayani Makassar from South Sulawesi. Thank you very much for the very insightful presentation, Bapak Dr. Ismail Fahmi. Actually, yeah, I just thinking that I'm really agree that as you said that the academia mostly become a silent observer. I'm very agree about that. From your presentation, then I realized that we should share our knowledge to the public. And my question is, sorry for the my misunderstanding maybe. If I observe that you provide like a platform to help us in generating knowledge and then share it via social media. Now, and then actually for me, I'm really difficult to, sometimes I face difficulties in producing these sentences. And I thought that engaging with social media will waste my time and so on. So it will be helpful for us to use this application for the future, how to say, for public literacy. So could you please help us, maybe give us more detail about how to use this application, and then what are the requirements to use this? Again, thank you very much, sir, for your shared knowledge today. I'm looking forward to use this platform. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is it clear, Ismail?
Yes, it's very clear, very clear. Thank you very much, Bu. And so what I have shown you actually, it's just one example, because I'm from a drone breed and have the tools, and I show you how beneficial is artificial intelligence in helping us make an analysis and then make also publication in social media, helping us in publication. But actually, maybe I forgot to mention, this is my mistake, I forgot to mention, it is not that you should use this platform. Okay, I have done before using DroneBit Academic. So I think it is, now we have ChatGPT, we have Gemini, we have Grok, we have everything. Okay, so what I expect that we can use all of these. So for example, you have your own research, I believe, and the data is not from social media. Maybe the data is from your research. Maybe you have laboratory research, you have maybe a survey or whatever, and there's some insight that you would need to share with public. Might be related to issue about climate change, might be related to democracy or whatever, and you have that research. Okay, and then you have point that you want to share, and what you can do is just like what we did in Jordan Breed. You can just use directly like ChatGPT and others. But the most importantly, there are several theories of communication, like Van Dyke, SCCT. Actually, this theory you can find easily on social media, especially in the communication field, how we communicate effectively. There are some topics in communication, and for example, if we look at Donald Trump and so many other leaders, they don't use very high language in their communication, right? Even they use 6th grade communication level. 6th grade mean language that can be understood by student finish in 6th year. 6th year, that's like basic school, right? They just finished basic school. So it is important for us to use that level of language. In this case, maybe we got difficulty, right? You got difficulty. And then, okay, I have this message I would like to share. Please rewrite this using the 6th grade language. I would like to post it in, for example, X. In X, you can use threads, small text, but very long. And you can use that also for if you like on Instagram or whatever others social media platform, as long as public can easily understand that. So it's not necessary for you to use the tool that I have, no, because we already have all the tools, and the tools are great now. Which one that we use? We should use ChatGPT, or Gemini or whatever, in my opinion, it doesn't matter at all. All of them are getting better and better and better. Almost every month they release a new one. So the most important is the context. So the context usually, as I show you, I have the context in data, right? From big data, I use small data, I use as a context, and then the prompts. What are the prompts? I use, because I understand a little bit about situational crisis communication theory. So I ask AI, analyze this using SCCT. You know what is SCCT, right? Okay. You know why AI understand that? You can, because I show you XAI, Elon Musk already lay off 500 teachers, and now they want to get more and more specialized teachers. So the AI they understand. So it's not necessary for us to understand all the techniques, because AI understand that. So this is what I mean. AI can be a help for us, a help for researchers, because our main focus is researcher, right? I believe with you that it's spend so much time useless on social media just thinking about things. Left it to AI. If you think that okay, this feel too artificial intelligence, then ask AI, make this more natural, just like sixth grader or something. They will make that, and when you feel good, and share it. Okay.
Okay, thank
I
you.
hope to tell.
Okay, clear. Honestly, I'm so sorry, Pak Ismail, because we run out of time, but we expect you to be here. I will go back to because it's very interesting. And at the end of this doctor session for today's agenda, and again, Pak Ismail, thank you very much,
Thank
and
you.
fast recovery. Thank you. Please get
Thank you very much, and have a good conference for the rest of the day. Bye.
because we have the doctor session.
Thank you very much for the certificate.
Ismail. Okay, please take photos.
Yes, thank you. I have received that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ismail, and thank you. And I'll give the session to the MC.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Ismail Fahmi, PhD, and Mr. Rezi Eko Charaka for bringing us a very productive session today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Kyung Hali from Korea Institute of Science and Technology Information, or KISI. He will deliver his presentation on the topic General AI from Science. And this session will be presented over by moderator Mr. M. Teduh Shah, PhD. But before we proceed, I want to share Mr. Teduh's brief biography. Mr. M. Teduh Shah is a senior engineer of Natural Language Processing Research Group, Research Center for Data and Information Sciences BRIN. He obtained his bachelor degree in telecommunication engineering from Shibuya University of Technology of Japan. He earned his master degree in computer science from Oklahoma State University, USA. He received his doctoral degree in media governance from Keio University, Japan. His research interests include natural language processing, speech processing, and machine learning. And to Mr. Teduh, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tantri. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome all of you to this keynote session of IC3INA 2025. My name, as Mrs. Tantri has already said before, is Muhammad Tedulinian Shah, Senior Engineer from the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, or BRIN, and I'm honored to serve as your moderator for this session. Today, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Kyung-Ha Lee, one of Korea's leading figures in large-scale artificial intelligence and AI for scientific discovery. Dr. Lee is a principal researcher and the director of the large-scale AI Research Center at KISTI, the Korea Institute of Science and Technology Information. He earned his bachelor, master, and PhD degrees in computer engineering from Chungnam National University and continued his postdoctoral research at the University of Arizona at the USA. He has also served as a research professor at KAIST and currently sits on multiple national committees, including the AI Committee of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies. Dr. Lee has made significant contribution to the development of large-scale generative language model and to advancing the use of AI for science, empowering scientific discovery through machine learning and intelligent automation. His keynote today, entitled Generative AI and AI for Science, will explore how generative models such as LLMs are evolving from simple chatbots into reasoning and action-driven AI agents, and how these technologies are transforming the way research itself is conducted. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Kyung-Ha Lee.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me at this year's IC3INA conference in Jakarta, Indonesia. Personally, it's my first time to visit Indonesia in my whole life. So I'd like to enjoy my tourism after this conference, but I have no time that I have to go back to Korea tomorrow. So anyhow, thanks again for inviting me as the keynote speaker. So before starting my presentation, have you ever heard about AI for science? Have you heard about that? So okay, which means that just simply the AI technology for the science. I mean that to accelerate the scientific discovery by using the AI technology. So and we have the generative AI technology, including the ChatGPT. So I will introduce both of them. So let's start. Next slide, please. So before start my presentation, actually, I would like to introduce the very famous quote by the Dr. Marshall McLuhan. He was a Canadian philosopher and the linguist who is famous for first creating the concept of global village and also for predicting the advent of the internet and the social media almost 50 years ago. Anyhow, he just simply said that we become what we behold and we shape our truth, and then our truth shape us, which means that, in my opinion, even though we invented some tools with our purpose, anyhow, the tools invented, then the tools must affect our lifestyle and how to work. So in the era of the AI, I think that the tool must be the AI technology. Yeah. So next slide, please. So since ChatGPT launched in November 2022, just 3 years ago, the world has seen an explosion of the innovation in generative AI. So when ChatGPT first came out, it was simply regarded as a chatbot or the early version of the Q&A system, because which means that we just simply put our question and then ChatGPT answered the questions. So just simply regarded as a chatbot. But nowadays, nobody think about that. There is more than the chatbot or Q&A system nowadays. So actually, the language models, large language models, aka the LLMs, becoming the core components of agentic workflow. That means that the autonomous systems that can reason and plan and execute some actions even across the scientific domains. So people are starting to using the LLMs to automate the scientific discovery and to solve the problem in the best or the more complex such spaces. So I think that we are entering the new era where the language becomes the interface for automations in scientific domains. Next slide, please. So before the emergence of the language model, like the ChatGPT, two papers has been published 3 years ago. If you see below the titles of the two papers are described. So like the title said, language model simply is a zero-shot, a planner and the executor. A zero-shot planner and the listener. So it means that even though we don't train our language model with our examples, language models have an ability of listening and planning. So if you see the left figures, then you can find that that's the process of the So this process of housework. So humans describes the task, the process by hand, and the other language model has described the process for the housework. So if you compare the housework process, that how the result of the language model is somehow the reasonable compared to the human work. So without any training, so language models can be understood as the reasoner. And if you look at the right figure, you can find that without any training, language model can think, and it can understand that there's some reasoning. So if you see that this figure, you just put the input prompt like let's think step by step. Then the language model can think and make start to reason by step. So people started to maybe 3 years ago, people started to understand the language model as just as the planner and the listener. And I would like to mention the train time scaling and versus the test time scaling. This is another phenomenon in the field of the AI. The left graph shows how AI models are required to be trained. By 2010, the computing power used to train AI models had grown by an average of 1.4 times per year. But if you see that after 2010, then suddenly the computing power is explosively required to train the language model, AI models, including the language models. And text data nowadays for training LLMs is almost exhausted. So that's why we make the synthetic data set to train the language model. All of the data that we can call via web are exhausted. So we have to make the synthetic data that we do on other AI models, and we use the synthetic data to train the language model. Meanwhile, the language listening LLMs has been gaining much attention since the release of the DeepSeek R1, maybe in March this year. So listening LLMs can think just like the human. Actually, their thinking is to describe the logic in a more lengthy script than the text-only LLMs outputs. So we call this lengthy script as a chain of thought, the aka COT script. The listening LLMs think more and more. The COT scripts becomes longer, and then we require more computing power even in test time. not in training time. So we already know that when training time, that we need lots of the GPU powers to train the language models, but we also need many GPUs for the testing time when we use the reasoning LLMs. So if you see the right of the graphs, two graphs, then the upper right of the graphs, in upper right graphs, the x-axis means the average number of sort tokens per problem, and the y-axis means the accuracy. So if we have many tokens per problem, then accuracy grows up. But that means we need more computing powers to influence that reasoning LLMs. So, and if you see the row right of the two graphs, then by putting the computing power, then we can get the better the accuracy. Okay, so that's why we still need more GPUs even at the test time. Yeah. And the LLM for physical AI, the people started to use the LLMs for realizing the physical LLMs. One of the good example is the Eureka, developed by the NVIDIA the last year. Can you turn on the video clips? Yes, so this is the pen spinning the problem implemented by to make the robot arms to perform the pen spinning the problem that we have to use the reinforcement learning algorithms. In reinforcement learning algorithms, the problem is that we have to solve is to make the sophisticated reward function. To make the better reward function that they use the LLMs. So by using the LLMs, they was successful to implement the better the reward of algorithm functions. Then they were successful to implement the pen spinning problem, the way that the lower arms. And can you show another video clip? Then this demo shows how to use to communicate with other physical devices that type fly. If you see the demo, you just communicate with the drones by using the LLMs. So you just put the message to the LLMs, and then message translate the commands to translate the message to the command. I mean the program code to move the drones. So that means LLM can also be regarded as an interface that connects the humans and the devices, right? So, in a case of the military purpose, actually the Korean armies are focusing on that kind of the technology, because still UAV or the drones are controlled by the remote controller, not by the AI. So, but if you connect to the LLMs, then maybe UAV or drone can understand the people's speech. Then they just act like soldiers. Okay. So then now I'm talking about the AI agent. The LLM becomes the main building block for the AI agent. And suddenly, thanks to the reasoning and the planning ability of the LLMs, we can now just think about the agent system. So LLMs input and output are both the text. But LLM can also generate the actions. I mean, it's the program code. So if the LLM can generate the program code, then we can make some device to act like our purpose, for our purpose. So still the LLM's input and the output are both text, but people think like the LAM, the large action model, because the LAM receives a text input and outputs the actions described by the program codes or the function calls. Yes. So these actions can be written in program calls or the function calls. And if these function calls are used to control physical devices like robot or drones, some call them the physical AI. Okay. So still LM is the main part of to realize the physical AI or the agent systems. And Entropy AI announced the model context protocol, the AKA, the MCP. So it connects it can make the people to easily connect to the LLM and other remote information resources or the other information to the API calls. So by connecting the LLMs and the other information resources, the LLM just simply work as the agent system. What's the difference agent system and LLMs? LLMs can just simply answers the question, but agent system make a plan for the user's question, and it splits the big task into the separate. It splits separated the sub tasks, and it runs those tasks by calling the remote APIs. Then, with the LLMs and the remote API calls, the LLM can help people to perform that kind of sophisticated tasks. Okay, that's the agent system. Actually, the concept has been derived by service-oriented architecture. That was very popular in the era with the early 2000. But the service-oriented architecture, SOA architecture, has failed because the reason the SOA technology failed is that the interface specification had to be specified by humans in XML formats. I think somebody know about the XML and the service-oriented architecture, and the connection between them had to be made by the human as well at the time. But nowadays, by virtue of the LLM and the MCP protocol, then that can be easily connected to each other. So I think that so many people started to build their AI agent system with LLM for their purposes. Now I'm talking about the AI for science. I think that the research paradigm has been shifted for many years. So in the first generation paradigm, there was the empirical science. So if empirically we learn the lots of the phenomenon, then the experience has been accumulated enough, then we make the scientific formulas and rules to explain that kind of phenomenon. By using the scientific formula and the laws, we can simulate make the solutions for the more sophisticated problems. That's the second research paradigm. In the third paradigm, with the help of the computing power, we performed the kind of simulation in a more sophisticated and complex ways. That's a computational science. In the first paradigm, everybody, almost now 5 or 10 years ago, the people started to talk about the big data, right? So what makes big data is possible? I think the distributed computing and open source operating system like Linux systems and more better, the network bandwidth to make it happen. So people started to solve the more complex problem in a distributed computing infrastructure, right? That's the first research paradigm. And in 2019, when combined unveiled the AI model called AlphaFold, I think the people started to using AI to solve the scientific problem in many scientific domains, like the bioscience, right? So people started to using the AI to solve the scientific problems. That's the fifth research paradigm. So I think that the fifth research paradigm already began, and we have to prepare the kind of research paradigm shift. So that's what I wanted to say. So last year was the year that AI won 2 Nobel Prize, right? So everybody know about that. So Dr. Baker was awarded the Nobel Prize in chemistry for his contribution just 3 years after announcing their AI model, RosetteFold. RosetteFold is developed for the computational protein design based on the transform architecture. The reportedly it said that the average time from the completion of a core research to receiving a Nobel Prize is more than 13 years. However, and Dr. John J. Hopfield got a Nobel Prize 4 years after inventing Hopfield network, a preliminary version of the neural network. It took 42 years after they announced the paper for the Hopfield network. So when you compare this year, Dr. Baker has required just 3 years to get the Nobel Prize after the announcement of the Rosetta Fold, but John Hopfield required 42 years to get the Nobel Prize after the announcing of the Hopfield network. So 42 years and 3 years. So I mean, I would like to say that the AI for sciences, this technology is incredibly innovative and very impactful. But that's not one of the evidence that we have to focus on the AI for science. So we have so many evidence that we are already in the era of the AI for science. So 2 years ago, maybe in November and December, in Nature journal, two papers are announced sequentially. The one is the autonomous lab developed by the Berkeley University. The purpose of this work is to automate the experiments. So if you see this figure, number one, then you can find the robot arms in the middle of the experimental settings there. So by using the robot arms, their purpose is to automate the research experiments. Because if you think about the research experiments, that is a very repetitive work, right? So, because usually scientists perform their experiments very repeatedly by modifying their experimental settings and to get the relevant result that they expected. So that is very repetitive. What if we automated these repetitive experiments? Then the productivity could be increased, right? So that's the purpose of the autonomous lab. Then the other is the scientists developed by the Carnegie Mellon University 2 years ago. They actually use the LLMs. And so they, if scientists ask us to make some chemical compounds like the aspirin, then the LLM calls the web search engines to get some information about the aspirin, and then the LLMs generate the plans how to combine the kind of chemical compounds, what compound is required to make the aspirin. So, and then with the plan, then people can perform their experiments as the process that says. Okay. And this year is the year that AI was successful get their paper accepted in a major conference. So, Sakana AI, a unicorn company in Japan, announced that they were successful to publish their paper in the IC3INA, which is one of the prestigious conference in the field of the AI. So their paper got accepted at the workshop in the IC3INA this year. So this is the first paper generated by AI. And again, in July, next slide. Yes. Okay. This company, the Innovasi announced that their AI model called Joshi was successful to get their paper accepted in the most prestigious conference in the field of the natural language processing, like the ICL. So nowadays, the AI started to write their scientific papers from this year. Okay? And Alpha Evolver and Science On in China is another example. It could be the good examples of why we pursue the AI for science. So Alpha Evolver is a kind of the AI tools that make the algorithm find the good algorithm by just getting some humans the prompts. Then it could successfully to find the more sophisticated algorithms for some purposes, and the literature and the science one is the AI for science system that has been developed by the Chinese Academy of Science. So it supports the six basic science field, with one language model and with the 300 API tools. So still, though, I talk about the AI for science. Now, I would like to introduce what we have done to implement the AI for science in Korea. So we built our language model called GONI. This is simply the language model that supports the two languages, including the Korean and English. Right now, so to implement our language model, we collect lots of text data and make it as the training data, and then we created those data, and by performing the deduplication and filtering out some relevant texts from the text data corpus, and then we pre-trained our language model and fine-tuned with the instruction data set, and then we also aligned the language model with the human feedbacks. There is actually the traditional procedure for building the language model, and we also built the reasoning LLM based on our language model. Actually, I think there are three ways to build the reasoning LLM. The first is to use the reinforcement learning algorithm, and the second is to perform the reinforcement learning and supervise the fine tuning. And the third is just simply using supervised fine tuning to LLMs. So we just simply use pure SFT techniques to make our reasoning LLMs, but however, it was successful to get relevant results. So this is next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the example how reasoning LLM generated their outputs. If you see this the script, then you can find that anyhow the reasoning LLM outputs lengthy scripts. So it just simply regarded as the LLM to make the reason to generate the result for the user's request. Next slide, please. We are also building the visual language model, which means that visual language model is the combination of the visual embedded and the language model to better understand the images. So actually, if you see the scientific papers, there are so many non-text items in the scientific paper, including the tables and figures and the graphs. So to better understand the scientific paper, we have to understand the graphs and the tables. And sometimes in scientific papers, there are many specific notations like the chemical equations or the RNA, DNA sequences in biosciences. So to fully understand the contents of the scientific paper, we have to understand the text and we have to understand the non-text items. So next slide, please. So if you see this slide, this is briefly introduce the concept of the visual language model. So we just simply regard the page as the image. Then by using the visual encoder, we convert the page into the visual embedding, and by concatenating with the text tokens, and by aligning the visual embedding and the text tokens, we can make our language model to answer the for visual representation. Right now, in the case the visual representation is the page in the scientific papers. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we are also building the REC techniques, the retrieval-oriented generation. Usually, the LLM, people think that people always know that the LLM has a problem of hallucination. Sometimes LLMs are incorrect. So by using these hallucinations, we are combining the LLM as the REC techniques. So next slide, please. So there are some ways to implement the retrieval-oriented generation for LLMs. The first is to simply convert the queries and the data into the embeddings. And the second way is to combine the sparse retrieval, like the traditional information retrieval, and the embeddings with the hybrid retrieval. And the third approach is to RAG fusion, which means that we can put some techniques before and after the LLM's treatment. So by using those techniques, we can combine those techniques to make the generate the better results. So in experience, we found that hybrid retrieval would be the good ways to get better performance rather than just simply vanilla vector embeddings. So we are focusing on using the hybrid retrieval, and then also adopting some solutions in the field of the RAG fusion. Next slide, please. So there are some many applications that we can expect by using the LLM and its related technologies. So we can. This is the list of the applications that we can generate, we can make with our language model. The first is to administration services. By using the LLMs, we can make the people write their documents very easily. And the second approach is the research information services. So science for science, I think that we can measure the impact or the result of the scientific results by using the LLMs. Then by analyzing the scientific papers and the reports, we can get some good insights from that. And then we can decide how to invest our money to some research projects. So that's another purpose. And our main goal is to autonomous research. So we would like to make the AI tools that perform the scientific discovery automatically. And we can also use the language models for the fact checking and the verification of research expertise and the analysis of the research investment outcomes and the budget reviews. Next slide, please. So now I am talking about the vision of our AI scientists. So the slogans so we are holding for AI scientists is just like that. So we would like to secure leadership and super intelligence, and we would like to solve scientific and technology challenges through the AI technologies. And the main goal of the AI for science is to accelerate the scientific discovery with the AI technology. Next slide, please. So this is the diagram for our AI Francis model. So if you see this diagram, even though we have so many research domains, actually sometimes some research tasks are very common. So when you start your research, you have to do review the related paper, and then you have to make the hypothesis. And to support your hypothesis, you have to design your experiments and perform the experiments. After performing experiments, you have to summarize the experimental results and make a scientific paper or the reports, right? That's common. Even though there are so many research domains, those are the very common tasks. To support those the common tasks, we are now building the AI scientist AI system. Maybe we can finish the development by the end of the next year. Next slide, please. So we are collaborating with so many research institutes, including the MII Japan and the guide team in Taiwan and the open source community called the HERE. And we are collaborating with some domestic university, including the Seoul National University and the KAIST. Next slide, please. So I skip this. So this is the example of how we implemented, how we adopted our language model. So if you look at the right paper, right figure, then you can find that by using our language model, we analyze the multiple scientific papers in 12 different perspectives, and you can also write our question to the language model, and you can generate some analysis results from the scientific papers and the reports. Next slide, please. So our book has been introduced by the Meta, the United States, and has also been introduced by the Deloitte report. Next slide, please. I skip this. So that there is the performance of our language model. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So our language model has already been adopted in so many government institutes in Korea. So Ministry of Science and ICT already decided to use our language model to analyze the result of the scientific results. So I'm proud of that. So we are maintaining two web pages. The one is the Hugging Face. So you can download and review our language model in Hugging Face. You can also find some related software at our GitHub pages. Okay. So this is the performance of our language model. So, one thing I would like to remark is that have you heard about the language model called QN, developed by the Alibaba Cloud, China? So performance is, I think the Alibaba's, the QN's performance is the best still. So there is still remarkable performance gap between the other language models. However, we have to follow it. And the next slide, please. And I said that we already built the reasoning LLM based on a language model. By using our reasoning COT scripts, we were successful to improve the reasoning ability in our language model. So in the shade area in the graph, and then they represent how much our language model has been improved with our COT data set. Next slide, please. We also built the benchmark suite to test many language models at once with more than 21 the benchmark data set. So you can also download and test your language model with the benchmark suite. Next slide, please. So we also built the MCP server to help the LLMs to find the research project information and the scientific papers. So by using the MCP server program, we can connect the language models with our domestic scientific papers and the report information services. So with that, we can analyze somehow the scientific information. Next slide, please. Next.
This is AI assistant based on our language model. So if you put the PDF, the sentences and graphs, and then you put it delivers the information to the LLM and then generates the analyzations. So can you turn on the video clip? I'm sorry, but the description has been made in Korean, so not English, but however, I can explain it simply. Can you move it? Can you move forward, please? Can you? Yeah. So, okay. If you put your PDF files, and this assistant, actually, that program is also open source. So you can download the program for free at our GitHub pages. So if you put the PDF file and then it automatically segments the text and the graph table and the image area, and it delivers that information to the LLM, and it starts to analyze the information, and we can get some analysis by virtue of the LLMs, and we also connected the LLMs with the other external information sources, and we can analyze the information with the other information from the external information resources. So that's all. Yeah, next slide, please. So, but there are some issues that because one issue is the copyright, because many good information is in journal, and usually journals are copyrighted. So if you get good scientific results, we have to get permission from the publishers, and that's one of the problems. So we have to follow the open science. So that's still a problem to realize the AI for science, I think. And next, please. So my presentation is somehow long, but I think that I have to finish it right now. So thank you. My final remark is that people are divided in different languages, but I think that we can collaborate with the one sort. So I think the AI or the AI for science technology could be the good item to be collaborate with each other. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kyung Hali, for that insightful and inspiring presentations. Now we open sessions for questions and discussions. Anyone willing to ask questions, please raise your hand and mention your name and affiliation before asking the questions, please. Yes, we have one.
Thank you, Pak Tedu. I have a short question. My name is Tita from PRSDI BRIN. So,
Can you speak loud, please?
okay. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is short, maybe too technical, but I hope you can share with us. So, would you mind to share, for example, the slide about the agentic document extraction with Connie? For example, what kind of consideration that we need to take into account if we want to create this similar pipeline or framework? For example, how many LLMs that we need to have, and what size of parameters, and then maybe the GPUs.
Yeah. So
That's
we have experience.
it's just like so. For example, we have a similar LLM in Indonesian language, and we want to have a similar system. So we want to know what kind of the necessity that we need to prepare beforehand.
So home, so your question is what kind of is
For example,
what kind of steps are required to implement your own language model?
yeah,
So in our experience, we have built the four different sizes of LLMs, and the largest one is 70 billion, and the smallest one is 1 billion. And when we opened the 70 billion size the LLM, our team expected that many people can be satisfied with the size and the performance, because as the size of the LLM increases, the performance also increases, right? So that's the correlation between the model size and the performance. So when you open the 70 billion size of the LLMs, expect that many people can be satisfied with the size, but people don't choose it. Because they don't because they don't have the enough GPUs to run the 70 billion size the LLMs. So their choice was to use the 4 billion and 8 billion. Yeah, so that's a breaker. So when you devise the LLMs, you have to think about the size. If you want to deliver your LLMs to other applications, then maybe small size would do better. However, if you support the LLM as a service, then you can think about the larger models. So that's one lessons we have to build, we have to found. And the other thing is how many GPUs we are required to build our language model. So we are using 24 H200 GPUs to implement the 8 billion GPUs. And we have almost 50 GPUs to implement our language model. Okay. And another good news is that we are adopting the 6th generation national supercomputer in Korea and equipped with the more than 8,500 GPUs. So we really expect that we can increase the size of our language models. Yeah. Okay. And now about the text data. So actually we only use the one language.
plan some research collaboration with us. Well, Indonesia, as you know, has many ethnics and many local languages that creates problems among us. So maybe that pose some unique problems for the research. Yeah, please.
So actually, the Japan also uses just simply the one languages, Japanese. Korean also uses just simply one languages, Korean. So by combining two languages, we can you can easily. That's one of my expectations, that we can easily build a language model that supports both two languages. But in your case, there is a totally sophisticated in my opinion. So I don't know how to deal with that right now, but to make it a good language model, you have to get the good training data set. That's the initial. So, how to collect and the process the training data is the major matter for developing language models. Yeah, and if you want to collaborate with our institute, but we welcome you. Yeah. So actually, Japan decided to collaborate with us because they wanted to support the Korean, and we want to support the Japanese. So we started this collaboration. So if you want to support the Korean, and if we want to support the Indonesian language, then we can collaborate with each other. Yeah, by sharing the text corpus. Yeah. That's the start, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that concludes our session today. I mean, the second keynote speaker sessions. Thank you very much again, Mr. Kyung Hali.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a token of appreciation. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. For the insightful presentation. And thank you for Mr. Teduh for the session. Please stay on the stage to receive the token of appreciation. And we invite Mr. Budi Prawara to present the token of appreciation on the stage. Please give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony of letter of intent between Research Center for Data and Information Sciences BRIN and Institute of Visual Informatics University Kebangsaan Malaysia. May we invite the representative of parties to come forward to the stage for the document of the ceremony. For Mr. Esa Prakasa and Associate Professor of Research, Professor Dr. Lee and Mr. to come to the stage. Silakan Bapak. Di bawah, di atas, di bawah aja Pak.
Di bawah aja.
Di bawah aja.
Di bawah aja.
Enggak. Research collaboration for data and information science and visual informative is currently under progress. Congratulations to both parties. May this collaboration bring fruitful outcome and strengthen our partnership in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fifth morning break, and we continue our conference at PM sharp for the session. And we would like to inform that we have 4 breakout rooms for session, 2 on site in this room and classroom fifth floor, and 2 breakout room online. To all participants of the session, please proceed to your assigned breakout room as scheduled. And wish all participants the best in their session. Thank you very much.
Cek, 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 1, 2, 3, cek, cek, cek.
Ini berarti berarti ya berarti
Udah.
speaker, Dr. Valdo Minskowski, online from Eindhoven. Please, Dr. Valdo.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes. Yes,
Great. All right, let me share my slides. So first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to the organizers of the IC3INA conference, as well as Tita and Nima, that we work together, still working together. Thank you very much for the invitation. So I will talk today about deep generative modeling for data-driven simulation. So this is a topic of development where machine learning is taking a new role in what is traditionally topic for scientific computing. So I don't know how well this is going to work with questions, but I'm open to questions at any point and also at the end of the presentation. So computational science or scientific computing is playing a very important role in science in general. Many aspects of climate science, drug discovery, discoveries in astrophysics and engineering rely on work that is being done in computational science. So these are scientific experiments done in the computer, so in silico instead of the physical experiments. And they're designed to discover, for example, solve engineering problems like design new airplane wings, or work on energy problems like design new next generation of tokamak reactors, or try to find new materials for different purposes that we need, and so on. So this is a very important aspect of how we solve complex problems. But computational science or scientific computing also has traditionally quite some limitations in terms of the computational complexity that many of these algorithms and solutions impose. Also in terms of the exact models that we use, right? So very often the models, the mathematical modeling that underpin these computational approaches are either too hard to compute so that we decide to simplify them, or we don't fully describe all the physical phenomenon because we don't fully necessarily understand them. So these are actual motivation for applying machine learning to these problems. So it is, machine learning's motivation is on one side that it actually is capable of scaling simulations very well to high-dimensional systems in particular. So here we can see already people developing solutions for simulating weather phenomenon, which is traditionally done by using fluid dynamics equations. But in this case, we're trying to scale that with machine learning methods. So the machine learning methods are typically much more affordable in terms of amount of computation that we need. So we can scale them to bigger systems or higher resolutions. Or in this case, this work on nuclear fusion reactor design is where the simulation of how the plasma is operating is being simulated here to be able to understand the operation, so that new devices, more efficient devices that can achieve better energy production can be developed. So this is one of the aspects that machine learning is an advantage, and the other aspect is that we can actually use experimental data from real devices and from measuring the weather to combine it with the simulation data to develop solutions to these problems that are not necessarily as easy to do when you're actually working with a mathematical model and computing specifically for that context. So today, what I would like to talk about, or the structure of the talk is the following. So I would like to introduce this idea of scientific machine learning, or how the machine learning plays a role in computational science or scientific computing, and talk about the different, very briefly, the different types of scientific models, scientific machine learning models, and then I would like to talk about a particular type more in depth, which is data-driven scientific models, where specifically large neural network models play an important role. And then in the second half or the last part of the talk, I would like to focus more on the generative scientific machine learning models. So generative models or generative AI, we see now is really becoming and having a lot of attention to it because of recent many breakthroughs in this technology for models that can be used for chat agents, generating audio, generating video. So I would like to point out the different types of models here that could also work in the context of scientific machine learning. So first of all, what is a dynamical system? Dynamical systems are generally what we formulate when we're trying to solve scientific computing problems, and to be able to work with these representations, we just briefly define what a dynamical system is. So dynamical system is a system that is basically described by some kind of a state. So it has some X state, which is part of a larger space of states for that system. And then we have an evolution function phi that evolves the system. So if you have a discrete representation of that system, as the system is going through its trajectory and increasing over time from some initial state all the way to some final state, we will get the next time step as a function of the previous time steps with this type of Markovian systems. So you can imagine a very simple system that would be some type of n-body simulation of planets orbiting or stars orbiting each other, a gravitational system of n-bodies. And then to describe that, you would basically have the position and the velocity of every particle in the system defining our phase space and our state at the moment. So as these gravitational forces are being computed, the particles, the stars are moving to new positions, and this computation is done by this evolution function, or defined by this evolution function. Or you may have a system of fluid dynamics, right? So you would say, well, I'd like to describe this fluid, which is flowing around a 2D disk or like a cylinder, if you look at the system from the top. And you can see that, well, what you could do is describe the system by describing the velocity of the fluid at every point here in this space and the pressure fields, which is a scalar field of the pressure. I say, okay, for this system, this is my state. It's basically like an image that tells me what the velocity is, except it's an image of vectors. So it has X and Y components. And there's a fluid dynamics function, something like this Navier-Stokes equation that describes how this evolution over time in discrete time, or if you go to a continuous time, you have a differential equation that will describe how the system is evolving over time. So if I would be able to integrate this differential equation, I could get from some initial position how the system is evolving over time, knowing this equation. So in this type of systems, we can imagine them that there is this abstract phase space here, some kind of d-dimensional space in which the system is evolving over time. So it's moving from some observation, then this evolution function basically computes the next observation. And this can be at different time steps, depending on how quickly things are changing. We could numerically solve this problem. Usually this computation can be quite expensive. Now this is a simple ordinary differential equation, but you can imagine a partial differential equation that has much more complexity and terms and non-linearities and so on, and very high dimensionality potentially for X. If we talk about the weather and we talk about very fine grids of pressures and velocities and humidity and so on. So the idea is, can we then use somehow machine learning to help us with that, to scale these simulations, to create a surrogate model such that this computation is more efficient, and we can either increase the size of X, so we're working on higher fidelity, or we can decrease the steps between T0 and T1, and or just simulate faster, simulate such that we can run more experiments, maybe for different parameters that are also affecting the equation and so on. Then we can answer these questions. How do you design this wing? Or how do you design this device such that it has a particular properties, or find a particular material with material properties and so on. So scientific machine learning methods are methods that are attempting to scale this type of simulations. However, they do not, there's not one solution. You can think of them also, or at least this is what I'm trying to convey here, is that you can think of them on, you know, kind of a scale from very focused on data to very focused on physics. So the numerical simulations themselves will be fully physics-based simulations that are completely, they don't have any machine learning in them. And then you can add different types of machine learning all the way to fully data-driven approaches where we just use the data from the simulation or from the real experiment to train a model without using any physics, at least during the modeling itself. And then there are methods that would like to, so there are certain disadvantages and advantages to such approaches. So there's different approaches to create more physics-informed models and to actually provide some more stability and potentially less parameters, use less training data. But on the other hand, the models that are more data-driven allow us to combine it more with experimental data. They're very, very scalable. And they can potentially combine different models. They require less knowledge, and they can even potentially uncover some unknown physics if the equation itself from which the data is derived is not fully understood, or the phenomenon. And then if you combine it with experimental data, the model can actually become more like the real world rather than the actual simulator. So in a way, these data-driven models are emulating the simulation of when you have an actual simulation. So we can look at the axis here of this axis. We can look at the hybrid models, the physics informed, as a way to approach this problem. So, for example, in this case, with this computation is very, very expensive. But if we actually reduce the state space and make it much more lower dimensional, this computation becomes quite feasible, but it also becomes wrong. So errors become to accumulate because in many of these systems, the small scale phenomenon, then they actually go up to the larger scale. So we have this accumulation of errors. But a hybrid approach would then combine this with a machine learning approach such that whatever is expensive is then we don't do the expensive computation, we avoid it, but then a machine learning model could be used to looking at the input and the output for this evolution function, try to produce a correction. Right? The hybrid approach would still use physical models, still rely on the physics, but then use machine learning for the heavy lifting, right? For the low, small scale details and for the corrections. And on the other hand, this would be the physics-driven approach and the data-driven. On the other hand, you may have a fully data-driven approach that completely avoids the physical approach. So we only use it for the physical method, physics-based method. We only use it for computing training data. And then we have some kind of a machine learning model that does not need to do physics. So, for example, a physical system needs to evolve very fine details over time, while a machine learning model may just take the initial conditions and produce a whole sequence. So it could be very efficient because it actually doesn't have to use physics, but it also doesn't have the guarantees that physics-based models or the knowledge is not embedded in the system. So we have to make sure that these models, if we use them, are actually behaving in a way that we're happy with in terms of their performance and guarantees. So let's look at the data-driven approaches a little bit in more detail and what advantages they bring. So one of the big advantages from recent developments is in machine learning is the deep learning models, of course, with their capabilities to learn efficient representations. So having a data-driven model where we don't rely on physics and allows us to utilize this. And it allows us to utilize machine learning in a particular way. It's because we are not required to impose any physical concepts. We can just look at the raw data. For example, we can, for the fluid dynamics, we can look at the raw data of the velocities and the pressures of this fluid of this grid of the fluid, and then use like a deep convolutional neural network like the UNet to compute the evolution of this velocities over time. In that way, this neural network, for example, the UNet, which creates a representation of higher level representations of the image data, and then pushes them back to a full resolution of the outputs, and then has this skip connection such as it can combine this local information with the global information. We know that from deep learning, this is a very successful model for image segmentation originally, but also for many other image analysis methods. And these models can learn efficient representations. And we now, if we use it in this way, that we evolve the time or the phase space, we can efficiently use such models to learn a good representation of this, basically these wiggles that do not understand the pressure and the velocities and all the aspects of the physical system, but they can effectively find a shortcut. So they can reduce the computation massively in this context. And then another example, for example, here is in Eindhoven, the train station. We're looking at simulating the behavior of people. And this is a fully experimental data set. So we don't have access to a simulator because we're just looking at how people are moving, and we don't have an equation of how people move, or we don't have an accurate one necessarily. And here, a data-driven approach is very capable because it can learn a graph neural network, for example, representation of the system, and can simulate based on this data set of how people are coming off the train. So this is the top-down view of the train station. So this is where the train is in, but you imagine some grid of sensors here that from the top, they can detect the pedestrians walking down. There are some basically these steps here to walk down and exit the tracks. So we can see how the people are moving, and we can see that this particular model that we developed is very capable of simulating the behavior of these people. So these models can also work directly from empirical observations. So how could we benefit here? We can actually represent the system of pedestrians as a graph neural network, and that graph neural network then can compute the evolution, because then this graph represents the state, and we use the machine learning model to update this state, whereas the new positions and velocities of all the participants. And here we use this traditional neural message passing neural network that computes the updates of the nodes, and we can basically say we start from the position of the velocities of every node in the graph that represents a pedestrian, a person. We attach some edges to their neighbors, people that are nearby, and then we use this graph neural network computation to aim to understand how people are moving next to other people in their relative vicinity. And this machine learning model can basically use the position from the position of the velocities of everybody, computes, and in the next time step, what would be the acceleration based on the position of the velocities of that node, but also on the position of the velocities of all the neighbors in the vicinity. And then if I have the acceleration of each of these pedestrians, I can compute their velocity by multiplying by the time that passed, and also from that I can compute their new position. So I can simulate this evolution of pedestrians by just using data. Or I could try to simulate this set of bubbles that are moving in a liquid. So here we can see that to actually use this type of model for simulation, if I have to use a physical system, I would need to represent the bubble as a mesh, as this very fine detailed mesh of small triangles and vertices and edges, and surround this bubble by a fluid or a grid that represents the fluid, where represents the position and the velocity here with the red, the pressure that the bubble kind of applies to the liquid, and then low pressures on the side. So that would allow me to compute the complex fluid dynamics equations that would update this shape. But the idea is that if I actually, so this is how this bubble simulation looks like. If I actually apply, rather than that, a machine learning model, I can just look at potentially the shape of this bubbles without having to look into the fluid and compute the very complex physics, but understand how the shape changes based on the relationship of the bubble to other bubbles nearby and the position of the velocity of the bubbles. Then I can represent the shape with spherical harmonics representation, basically a combination of these oscillations on the surface of a sphere that would be very efficient. And having to compute now, instead of computing this fine detailed physics of many pixels here on small triangles, discretization on the surface of the bubble, and these cubes discretization in the liquid, I could now just have a few dozen or 100 or something. In this case specifically, we have 16 spherical harmonics for each bubble, position and velocity for the center of the bubble, and then times 32 for each of these bubbles, and I have a fully described system. And then I can efficiently simulate the system as well if I could learn a model, again, a graph neural network. So my point here is that these systems are actually capable of much faster computations because they learn a different representation of the data. So they're more efficient because I don't have to go through all the physical computations, which are many, and they're in that sense, they require a lot of computation. And the key aspect of this, why they're capable of that, is that they basically operate in some abstract representation. It's not the real physical representation, but it's an abstract representation that allows for this computational speed. So in a different depiction, what we're saying here is that rather than having this simulation directly in this d-dimensional space, what we're doing is we're embedding the system into some other space, some kind of e-dimensional space. It could be even higher dimensional than the d. That's not necessarily the point. The point is that in this embedded space, the evolution function is much simpler. So this computing how the system is evolving over time is much more efficient than doing that in the abstract space. So, for example, we could what we talked about, this convolutional neural network, in the same way, taking this image and embedding it here through the convolutional layers and computing this function of the evolution and decoding it back into the real simulation. It allows us to skip these steps. So in a way, what we're doing is, rather than going through this expensive computations of phi, we're embedding, and then we're computing in this abstract space a new representation, and then we're decoding that back to the physical space. And this allows us to compute much more efficient than going here through the actual physical equation. So this is the intuition behind this. And in that sense, I would like to say that the takeaways or the advantages to the data-driven models, a few takeaways, the advantages to the data-driven models is that they're efficient to scale computationally, and though they also are benefiting from the advances, because they also benefit from the advances of deep learning models, as well as deep geometric learning. I didn't go into much detail on the symmetries, but there's also quite a lot of work done on utilizing geometric symmetries to represent the systems, the special equivariant graph neural networks that are part of the geometric deep learning field. So that allows us effectively to learn these representations of graphs or for for n-bodies, for example, particle systems, and for convolutional neural networks for uniformly discretized grids, but also there are a lot of methods with transformer-based architectures, with positional encoding and that deal with uniformly discretized grids, but also not necessarily also with non-uniform discretized representations. They also allow us to combine synthetic and experimental data as well, which is a big advantage because experimental data or data simulation, as it referred in some cases, is not an easy. It's actually not very easy to do with traditional mathematical modeling and numerical simulations. They can also be hybrid, so we can combine many of the physics-informed approaches to inform the loss functions, to add the regularization, but also to, in some cases, actually use it in fully hybrid mode, where you are using also the numerical simulation, the physics-based approach, and the data-driven approach together. Of course, the less physics we use, the less we have guarantees for the model's behavior. So the less the model is engineered to do what we understand, the less we can expect the model to do that. We know if the model is going to do that for guaranteed. We could train it and test it, of course, in different cases, and also validate it using physics, but it doesn't is not as much of a guarantee as the traditional methods, of course. And with that, it can be hard to interpret, because this evolution of these systems cannot be described internally, because they're actually using abstract representations. So this advantage they have, that abstract representations brings, in this case, actually is also a disadvantage, because we don't understand, because they are learning these efficient representations, but these efficient representations, they do not rely on the concepts we understand. But beyond also these advantages and drawbacks, one of the things that I would like to highlight is that there are also limitations to traditional data-driven approaches, specifically for sensitive systems, which are difficult to model and they require a lot of data. So I will mention in the next slide what I mean by the sensitive systems, but it's generally systems that where small perturbations in the state would can affect can produce very large effects in how the system evolves over time. They also do not necessarily provide uncertainty quantifications, or they cannot necessarily deal with the noise in the data. Or if there are symmetry breakings where a certain system has a particular symmetry, it can look the same from different orientations, and then something breaks or the system goes to some phase transition, and then this alignment either breaks or alignments are created. This type of bifurcations are also something that traditional data-driven models can not easily handle, or these regression models. And this is what the next part of the discussion, or my last part of the talk is about. So here, for example, we can see a double pendulum. So how it evolves over time. So here at 0 seconds, we see that they start basically from the same initial conditions, 3 instances of this double pendulum. Now, they're so close to each other at the beginning that you cannot even see that they are actually having very small differences in their initial conditions. But very quickly after that, we see how their trajectories diverge. So this system has 2 masses. And if you will look at the position of those 2 masses, we can define the phase space. So we can see here how much, starting from almost the same positions, how all these instances diverge very quickly about the system. So it's a very sensitive system and chaotic system, and we cannot really understand. It's very hard to simulate, because you need very high precision to be able to differentiate, even when you're doing the numerical method. If you do regression model with a system like that, it would be very hard to train to accurately produce the outputs. So here, for example, we can see how the position of the system starts, and then there's 1,000 initializations of the system here in the simulation. So you can see they all go together, and then we have this 95% band, they start to diverge after some time, and they become very, very different also in here. So you would say, well, you know, even a numerical simulation of this method would fail. So what would we get with a machine learning simulation? But the point is that we don't really want, we want to know that the system is diverging. We don't want for the machine learning system to produce one line here, one very individual trajectory, and then we cannot understand from that one trajectory whether the system is actually performing this laminar behavior. Like, for example, for different initial conditions, the system may perform quite laminarly. So if you take actually small offsets for the masses, the system is not very turbulent. But for larger offsets, the system becomes more turbulent. So we want a machine learning model to also be capable of doing that. We want the model to tell us that the system is sensitive to express it in some way. And a regression model will not be able to do that, where we're training on a particular loss. Moreover, just to illustrate this idea of bifurcation, so if you look at the details, for example, this is a simulation of smoke rising. So it's a fluid dynamic simulation. We see the smoke plume is kind of growing. But what you can observe here is that there is this moment where the system starts to kind of oscillate. But this oscillation starts very small, and then it can start very large. So it's quite a strong effect. But this oscillation, because the system is symmetric along this axis, there's 50% chance that the oscillation starts to move in this direction first, and then 50% in the other direction. But what happens is with regression models, because for these initial conditions here, these two target positions after a certain amount of time are in a way equally likely. You can think of this as a training data set where you have, for one input, two outputs, two labels. So what happens with the regression model when you set things up like that is that the traditional regression models will average both solutions. So if you have a if you have a method like that and you're doing classification or regression rather, you would actually get the mean of these two values. But the problem with that is the mean value is actually completely inaccurate. So these are two possible outcomes, but if you average them together, you will get something that's physically unrealistic. So one of the problems with bifurcations, and this is a particular bifurcation that has two separate outcomes, is that they're really problematic for regression models. So we want to be able to do that. We want to be able to take a system that is very sensitive, and there are very many trajectories which are very close to each other, or there are very many trajectories which are possible for initial conditions that are very close to each other. And not to average them out, but rather to be able to produce somehow all of them, or to produce certain uncertainty quantifications as well with regards to what's possible, where the system state can go further. So to address this, we can turn towards a probabilistic modeling approaches, or data-driven, but more on a generative kind of generative models. So rather than producing these trajectories with a direct value, with a regression value, we want to have a machine learning model that produces a probability distribution over the trajectories from which I can sample possible trajectories, such that I can sample the plumes turning in one direction or the plumes turning in the other direction, and from that get both possible outcomes. So the idea is, can we use what's now the advantages and increasing success of generative modeling or generative AI in this context to create these probabilistic simulators? So formally, what we want is to sample the trajectory from some kind of probability distribution. These trajectories are generally too hard to directly sample the whole trajectory. So you can approach this with an autoregressive model where you say, well, this probability of this trajectory is the probability of the initial step times product of all the future steps, so that we could kind of break this down in a Markovian setting, such that I sample the first step based on the previous, or the second step based on the first, on initial conditions, and then I sample the next one based on that previous sample, and so I create a sequence of events in the same way that the autoregressive models like ChatGPT or GPT-4 and 5 generate token by taking into account the previous tokens and the queries to produce the next token, and that next token is added to the context, and then based on the context is sampled from another distribution. So you can imagine that you could basically, that would look like this. You have an image, that image is put into a unit, but then this unit does not produce an image, but produces a probability distribution over the next images. The challenge here is that even this sampling step by step of this video of the velocities and the pressures evolving over time is actually very expensive to do. So we need to break this down further, pixel by pixel, and somehow efficiently sample this. So traditional autoregressive models, they are good in some cases where the phase space allows us to do efficient sampling, but in other cases where the phase space is very high dimensional, they are also limitations on their own. So we could use other deep learning approaches, other generative deep learning approaches that have been developed, like, for example, introduce latent variables, like in the variational autoencoder, where rather than directly operating on X, we introduce a latent variable Z, and then we sample from a very simple distribution of Z, some kind of a Gaussian, and then that is then computed through a neural network. Through this neural network, we compute the actual observations. So we can sample from latent space efficiently to produce the observed spaces, as long as we have a good learned map between the latent space and the observed space, which is done with this variational inference introduced in the variational autoencoder. So for these models, we can imagine the state space being in the following way, that we have some kind of a latent variable, and we have our previous time step, and then this previous time step informs this latent variable and informs this probability distribution, such that we sample from a simple distribution here, and we can get the observation. Let's see here how that would look like. Somehow I use this unit to parameterize this latent space, maybe from somehow deeper in the network, if it's a global latent variable that allows me to then produce this generative model directly. And then I get exactly an image. And for different samples of Z, I get different images. So you can imagine that ideally, if we manage to train this model well, and we have a bifurcation here such that the system is either going to start to oscillate like this, first down, then up, or we invert that and the system starts going first up and down, which is equally likely if the system is fully symmetric. Depending on these Z values, whether, ideally half of the possible Z values under this Gaussian distribution will result in oscillations in one direction, half will result in oscillations in the other direction. And here, for example, this work of one of my students is actually implementing this model for simulating the growth of snow crystals with introduction of these latent variables. We can also imagine doing something like that with a graph neural network. So, for example, for the pedestrian dynamics case, where the people are coming off the train, you can imagine that we want to create some uncertainty about how people are moving. We don't want our simulator to provide only the exact simulation for every initial conditions, because that's not true. There is some stochasticity in the system. Also, the models are not, we don't want the models to just be very sure about one thing, because in reality, then there's a lot of noise and there's uncertainty about how people behave. But moreover, there's also hidden variables. We don't know, for example, if the person is necessarily going outside from the train station, or maybe going to the other platform, crossing just across to go to the other train tracks to catch another train. So if the person is actually connecting to another train. So we want these hidden variables to be represented by some kind of a latent distribution. So then the graph neural network approach would be that first we use this message passing to compute parameters for the latent variables. Then from this conditional prior distribution, we sample the latent variable, and then that informs we have to then do another message passing step to inform all the nodes about the new position, or rather the sample of the latent variable. So all the nodes get information like, okay, now we decided that you're going to have a particular random behavior from the sample. And that allows them to communicate again back between all the nodes who is going in which direction, and update the positions and the velocities. So this we just depicted in another way. It's like the people are starting from some position. They're saying, okay, being here, I would like to go in this direction. That parameterizes a loss. So it's like, okay, giving this knowledge of my neighbors and my position, I'm going to decide where to go. And then there's a certain stochastic aspect to this because you're sampling, or you're sampling, but it's very narrow variance, very specific. You keep your direction in all possible trajectories. And then after you make a choice, you inform all because the sampling here in this particular architecture we did for the train simulation is actually done for individual nodes. So everybody is deciding independently, but then they have to communicate again to each other, right? So depending on the symmetries in this model, you have to do this, you have to take this into account to solve the architecture. And then that updates the final state, and it's like, okay, now we're moving in this direction and we're computing the next time step. So here, just to retouch back on that, we have the physical representation where everybody is, but then all these computations of the graph neural network internally are abstract. So we're skipping the physics by doing all the computations here, and then we read back everything back to physical space. And then this is the latent variables. There's also another way to go. In the last 4 or 5 minutes, I would just like to talk about diffusion-based modeling for simulation. And here, the advantages of kind of state-of-the-art generative modeling, where we are computing kind of and denoising process, starting from some noise. Here, with some prior distribution, we're computing this kind of denoising iterative process to go from noise to an actual image in this case. But then as we saw, these images can be physical quantities, so like velocities and pressures for different simulations. These models are very capable they're very expressive, they're very capable of modeling very complex distributions, because they don't do it in one shot. So then as the variation autoencoder directly goes from noise to observations, these models take a step-by-step process, and every step they use this neural network model to compute the direction, this velocity field, but then this abstract velocity field in this abstract space that moves this point in this direction until it reaches the posterior distribution. So because they're doing it in many steps, these iterative approaches, that the neural network can become very expressive and model very nonlinear behavior, so abrupt changes, which is particularly good for these bifurcations where the system is going changing its behavior very abruptly, for example, braking or something. And we can see these models in the literature. They already appear for example, simulating fluids. So we can see here, starting from a Gaussian distribution, how the authors of this work have created a model that simulates very efficiently fluid dynamics step by step, frame by frame. But we could even go further here, because these models are so efficient, we could potentially simulate trajectories directly, not frame by frame. So we can see here, for example, for a very simple system, we have tried to illustrate this thanks to Fleur, one of my students. She basically took this simple harmonic oscillator, and then we see here the trajectory. So this is not one time step would be the position of the oscillator at any point in time, but if you take the whole trajectory over 200 time steps, and then you take some specific type of noise. This is a Brownian motion, but it's also normalized, so it's a periodic Brownian motion. And you've seen many of these samples for this system. The denoising model or the flow matching model that she developed takes the different samples, and it learns how to create this whole trajectory for different phases of this system. So these models are capable, again, as we're not really computing physics, we can shortcut many aspects, not only to take step by step, but basically produce, in a way, the whole video, right? So you're computing the whole video step by step very efficiently, such that you can simulate very efficiently as well. And here, this work of Kit Benham applied this for n-body systems, where there's a particular way that the graph neural network is combined with a convolutional neural network to take these trajectories of particles with Brownian motion and denoise them into the target trajectories. For example, here you can see simulation of this n-body system, and he kind of developed this idea of geometric mixing and temporal mixing to compute this flow field of the whole system. So the system starts by noisy trajectories of the n bodies, and they kind of look at each other and they push on each other, and they try. Then you create this. Yes, okay. This is the prediction. You create the behavior that we observe during the ground truth. And another student has, this is my last slide, 51, simulating the bubbles as well. We applied the same idea. All right, so to conclude, machine learning plays an important role for scientific computing. These data-driven models are particularly flexible because they benefit from deep learning, geometric deep learning. You can utilize also experimental data. And we are also now able to work on uncertainty quantification for generative modeling. And this generative AI is playing a particularly new role to further scale this, but also deal with very sensitive systems and symmetry breaking. And with that, this is the group of my students that I work on at TU Eindhoven, or Technical University of Eindhoven, our group on machine learning for physical sciences. So I think all of them and many of the collaborators that I didn't manage to talk about, and the master students. And with that, I would like to ask you if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Menskowski, for the inspiring keynote. Please give an applause. Now we have time for a few questions from the audience. Please raise your hand or use microphone or open your mic. Yes. Paria.
Thank you, Mr. Vlado. As far as I understand, modeling physical phenomena both numerically and analytically requires a deep understanding of the physical phenomena itself. With machine learning approach, how deep is our understanding of the physical phenomena? How is knowing the input and output data sufficient to build the physical model, considering that physicists, experimentalists, mathematicians, and machine learning engineers often don't understand each other's work? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. It's a very, very important question. The aspect of understanding, I think that's, so it's a very big challenge. I've been also discussing this with colleagues that have more physics and mathematics backgrounds. I come more from the computer science aspects or the machine learning. It is very much more satisfactory for us to be able to understand something and not just make predictions. Even though in many cases predictions are more than sufficient for us to build a system or engineer something, understanding is of course a very important aspect, especially in sciences, in the basic sciences, in math and physics. These systems, these machine learning models, I see them not as a substitute to traditional physics and building understanding, but more as something to augment. So first we can scale, we can explore the potential solutions much faster. Next, we can also incorporate experimental data. So in a way, they become a new experimental platform rather than a substitute. But they also might potentially offer a path to new conceptualizations and new understanding. Because if they're capable in some cases to very accurately simulate, then the question is, how are they doing that? What is the representation that they use to do that? And is this representation useful maybe for people to understand? So I would say that they're a new tool to help understanding, not a substitute towards the existing tools. They are a phenomenon which is fascinating to me because they're capable of simulating. The question is, if you manage to make a model that's capable of simulating, how does this model do it? What is it? What is the representation that it uses? Is that representation maybe also useful for us? And this could operate on different scales as well, where you see the model, for example, training on on small scales and then predicting something on large scales very differently from us. So in that way, yes, to shorten the answer, I think this is a good way to augment what we're doing with the computational science rather than substitute in terms of understanding.
Thank you, Dr. Menskowski. Is there any other question? Probably one last question from me. You mentioned about the generative simulation, and we know that generative AI many times has hallucinations. So how can we make sure that the generative data-driven simulation does not make hallucinations? How can we make sure that?
Yes, that's a very good question. I don't know if we can make sure. It's very much, of course, depends on case by case. And there is no method, to my understanding, that guarantees that neural networks generate always realistic data. So first of all, if you really care for guaranteed performance, you want to use these models in a system which is highly sensitive in terms of it's very costly, maybe human lives depend on it, then maybe machine learning is not the way to go in the first place. And you would prefer to engineer something that you fully understand. In terms of simulation, if you say, well, okay, this is still a research exploratory tool or it's a design tool, so I would like to use it to find solutions or potential solutions, it allows you to quickly explore these parameter spaces and find a design. But then the nice thing about it is that it produces the same types of simulation, the same types of data that you would use a traditional simulator to produce. As such, you can apply the same physical validation. You can apply the same equations to compute if your observation is generating, for example, you're simulating this tokamak device, this energy-producing nuclear fusion device, and say, well, is now the system's energy growing or decreasing? Is it hallucinating new energy? Because I can compute the state of the system by just looking at the observations like you would do traditionally. So the same validation methods that you could use, that you use for numerical methods, you can apply it in the simulation. So in that sense, it's not, you can apply a lot of the tools, so it's not as much of a problem as it is in other contexts, hallucination themselves. Finally, you can always just run. So you explore the space, you find the solution that you care for, and you can run it back in your traditional numerical simulator and validate that this is actually true, right? Because you have a way to always generate ground truth with this simulator-emulator pairs. So in that sense, it's much less sensitive to the hallucinations are much less of a problem because you could still have a useful system than in other contexts where for image generation or for text generation, the systems can just produce text which is just not true. And then it's very hard to validate that, right? Finding ground truth or finding kind of a way for finding whether, we know that it can generate papers that are not real. So you need to research, and this is costly. So in that sense, in this context, I would argue this is much less of an issue.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Menskowski. Thank you again for sharing such forward-looking, inspiring keynotes today. And on behalf of the organizing committee and all participants in here, we sincerely thank you for your keynote, and we'd like to give you a token of appreciation. Where is it? Where is it? And hold on, please wait a moment. The committee is still searching to find the token of appreciation. Hey. Okay, now probably you can. Someone share the screen, please. Refresh screen share. Okay. It's a token of appreciation from the community to Associate Professor Valdo Mitkowski for giving the attendance keynote speaker in IC3INA 2025. We give Associate Professor Valdo Mitkowski for again. Thank you, Dr. Valdo.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Goodbye.
Okay. Back to the ceremony.
Valdo Mitkowski and Mr. Andrew Rizal from the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to after coffee break and move to our breakout rooms. We'll start our breakout room at 2:15 p.m. and we'll have 4 breakout rooms per parallel session, 2 on site in this and classroom 5th floor and 2 breakout room online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please have after coffee room session. Thank you very much.
negeri dalam satu layar dan menginspirasi generasi masa depan. Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami telah dinikmati pemirsa Indonesia dengan free-to-air di 24 wilayah yang menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan nusantaratv.com dan ntvnews.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri.
Atau BMSI di kawasan.
Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global dengan sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Morning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Prime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan politik dan hukum. NTV Sport membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan olahraga. Doncast, program talk show yang mengupas tuntas suatu kasus yang berkaitan dengan kepentingan publik. 100% recommended, program kuliner yang mengajak penonton berkeliling menikmati ragam cita rasa kuliner dari berbagai daerah. Celebrity Fresh, program infotainment yang menyajikan berbagai informasi terkini seputar kehidupan selebriti. Soundcore Podcast, podcast musik yang membawa pendengar menyelami dunia musik dari berbagai genre, era, dan budaya. Kami tidak hanya menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas di layar kaca, tetapi juga menjadi bagian dari perhelatan besar di Indonesia. Nusantara Economic Outlook, DEO, CEO Awards dan Business Forum, DUSAF, Pesona Nusantara, Soundcore Unplugged, Biosferan, Volcano Run, Indonesia Long Drive Competition, PNM Liga Nusantara, Indonesia Basket League. Dengan teknologi canggih, konten inovatif, dan komitmen terhadap kualitas, Nusantara TV terus bergerak maju, menyatukan negeri dalam satu layar, dan menginspirasi generasi masa depan. Sejak awal berdiri, Nusantara TV hadir sebagai wajah baru dalam industri penyiaran Indonesia. Mengusung semangat inovasi, kami berkomitmen untuk menghadirkan tayangan berkualitas, informatif, dan menghibur bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat. Nusantara TV telah menjadi pionir penyiaran digital di Indonesia yang telah memperoleh izin penyelenggaraan penyiaran tetap dari pemerintah Republik Indonesia pada 2019. Dilengkapi dengan teknologi mutakhir, siaran kami telah dinikmati pemirsa Indonesia dengan free-to-air di 24 wilayah yang menjangkau 14 kota di seluruh Indonesia. Kami juga menghadirkan nusantaratv.com dan ntvnews.id sebagai portal online berita serta hiburan yang berfokus pada pembaca di tanah air maupun luar negeri. Atau BMSI di kawasan. Kecepatan dan akurasi adalah prioritas kami dalam menyajikan berita dari perkembangan politik, ekonomi, hingga isu global dengan sudut pandang yang tajam dan mendalam. NTV Morning membahas informasi terkini dari malam hingga pagi hari. NTV Today membahas informasi terkini dari pagi hingga siang. NTV Crime membahas informasi terkini berkaitan dengan kejadian-kejadian kriminalitas. NTV Prime